Welcome back, everybody, to the Storytime Network. I'm your not too bad. Actually, no, I'm fairly exhausted. I'm just on a sleep-deprived high at the moment, resident Brit Mill, and I'm joined by Jack
Hello there.
and Coney
Hello.
as we discuss the current season of anime, the spring season. We are at the 3+ episode check-in because a lot of shows have more than 3 episodes.
Some of them are at like 5 or 6.
Vivi just
Vivi
released
is at
its sixth
6,
episode
yeah.
this week.
Joran, I believe, is at 5, as is, I think, those Snow White notes, if I remember correctly.
Snow White
Oh,
Notes and Dead Nausenon are also at 5, yes.
Yeah, I think most shows are like five. The only show we're
No, most
talking
shows are
about
at
that has like
4.
3 episodes are like
yeah.
the only show with three is Iruma, but that's about
No,
it.
no, Cestus also has 3, because it came out similarly
Oh
late.
yeah, Sasuke's also
There
started
were
late.
only a few shows that released their first episodes during that last week when we did the premiere guide, but
Yeah.
To Your Eternity is also at 3 episodes.
Ah.
Oh, okay, yeah, To Your Eternity.
So,
Ah,
just to let you know for any carryovers from our premiere stream, there are quite a few shows, in fact, that we have dropped as a result of us not continuing past the premiere. I'm trying to remember the list now, or trying to get the list up now, see if I can. So we have lost Cestus, Cardfight Revolution, Combatants Will Be Dispatched, Nagatoro-san, Fairy Ranmaru, Full Dive RPG, Koikimo, Let's Make a Mug, Seven Nights Revolution, and Where the House Husband, because none of us were giving that manga shit the time of day.
I'll just read the manga for that.
I
Yeah, let's read the manga.
Also with combatants, I apparently just found out that he actually wrote it before Konosuba, which makes a whole lot of sense in hindsight, honestly.
Yes, but yes.
Uh,
So we will not be discussing those shows. Everything else we will have at least a little bit of discussion on. Though I can
yeah.
tell you now, there are some shows certainly on my list that have not made it past 3 episodes.
Oh, do tell.
Well, I will
Like,
tell
what do you
in good
mean?
time.
Like shows you don't like?
Shows that I gave 3 episodes to, and they were just didn't do anything for me, so I dropped after 3 episodes. So there are in fact shows that
Okay.
have more than 3 episodes, but I've only watched 3 episodes of them.
There are several shows.
Okay, yeah, yeah. Yeah, I have one show like that, and I'm kind of curious, and I'm just kind of debating over whether to drop it or not, but we'll have to see. Uh,
Anyway, we should get
we can start.
started with 86.
Yes. Are we going to talk about today's episode, or are we going to limit it to last week's?
I mean, this screenshot is from today's episode, so we might as well talk about it.
I don't really think it matters.
Regardless, 86 is really good, and the scene at the end of episode 3 was just holy fucking shit.
That I think probably sold the show for a lot of people, and it's because there's obviously been these, we've seen the story from both sides, and we've seen on the 86's side, obviously, that the
They
dislike
don't really.
the dislike of
They don't.
Lena that they haven't really been showing to her. They've been sniggering about it in the background and not really addressing it. But that's the first time it's really boiled over, and it is
Dio
just
just fucking goes off on her. Holy shit.
yeah. I'm just gonna get the cast up because I want to shout out that fucking voice actor or actress, because Jesus Christ. Natsumi Fujiwara, like, holy shit, the vitriol that she got was ridiculous.
Natsumi Fujiwara. Oh, okay. Wonder
Yeah,
what she did.
and,
Let's
it's,
see.
and well, I wouldn't say that she really deserves all that vitriol. At the same time, like, you understand where the dude's coming from.
Yeah.
Like, 100%, it is understandable why he is pissed with her.
Oh, and just to say it, Fujiwara voiced Kabane in Kimono Jihen.
Oh, okay, that makes
Yeah.
sense.
Yeah. She's also Abigail from Great Pretender.
She.
Oh shit.
Oh, she. Yeah.
But yeah, so but that vitriol at the end is not just what's made the show good, because especially considering that while obviously there was that background noise of she doesn't know what she's talking about, but we're not going to say it. You get the feeling that some of the members of the 86 were actually, maybe starting to take a liking to Lena.
Yep.
And Lena for sure was wondering, hey, why the hell did all of these handlers, quit or commit suicide? This is weird. They're nice. And then that happened.
Yeah. There is also the bit in episode 4 where they do mention that not everyone has those point of view on the subject, and which is also very good because it's a way of saying, yeah, these people are a minority, but they're not a monolith. They do not all share the same opinion on everything.
Yeah, from what I hear, 86 is going to really live and die on how nuanced it on how nuanced it gets with its topics, because the topics it tackles are.
I mean,
so far, it's doing a pretty good job.
I mean, what I did like about it was again, in the most recent episode, they said, look, what you said wasn't necessarily wrong, but the way you said it was wrong.
Oh yeah, no, and he agrees on that too. Like, he does not regret what he said. He regrets how he said it.
Yeah.
And to be fair to him, his reaction is still understandable. Because, like, she doesn't really know what the fuck she's talking about. She does not have their experiences.
She doesn't have their experiences, and Theo especially has experience with what is an Alba, I believe they're called.
Yes, Alba.
Alba, who actually went to the front lines and fought. Didn't just sit around spouting to their eyes or ears useless platitudes. Actually got off their ass and did something about it.
What's interesting is that we also find out that Lena also briefly visited the 86 zone as a kid, and her father died as a result.
And again, that was a very interesting conversation between Lena and her uncle. And the uncle, was saying that while his ideals were admirable, he still had that air of discrimination in that he was an Alba and felt that only the 86 die on the battlefield. He felt that obviously he couldn't die on the battlefield because he's an Alba.
Yeah, no, it's like even the well-intentioned members of the majority group can still have and engage in prejudiced behavior and thoughts, which is a level of nuance that most shows that deal with this kind of subject matter do not tackle.
Especially anime. Anime has a bad track record of nuanced takes on racism and discrimination. So it's it's very refreshing to see an anime take such a direction.
But yeah, overall, this is a really fucking good show.
This is a good show. I'm
glad.
I do think that it like Egg last season, it's another show that is walking the tightrope, and we'll see if it manages to make it to the end. Because again, this could
Oh, there's another show this season that's walking a much tighter tightrope, but we will get to that.
We could talk about that. We could talk about that when we get to it. But I'm happy that the show is doing pretty well. Again, this was like my most anticipated original, but new show of the season. So glad it seems to be really doing well.
No, this was my most anticipated new one as well.
It may not be like my favorite so far, but still.
But it's definitely going strong. Where would I put it in my list now that I have actually finished pretty much everything?
I think you put it in your top 5 somewhere. I don't remember where though.
That was also before I watched or caught up on Snow White Notes.
Respect? Oh, okay.
Fruits Basket wouldn't get in my new shows list because it's obviously a sequel. See if I can find where I said it.
Okay. Yeah, I tend to just
Speaking of
focus
which, we
more on
will
new
talk
shows.
about Fruits Basket later because I have thoughts.
Mm.
Oh, that's gonna be a fun
I
one.
need to catch up to that.
Can't find it. It's fine. It probably was in my top 5. It might be 6th now. I can't remember exactly what order I put it in, but it's definitely a good, enjoyable show. But talking of my top 5, the show that is currently and wholeheartedly at the top of that list, Backflip.
Really?
Really? Okay.
Yes.
I hear this is an underrated show among a sea
This
of
is
underrated
entirely
shows,
my
but...
bullshit. I mean, from what I've read about its production and the director who is in charge of it, it could go one of two ways. It'll either be absolutely gorgeous and fantastic, or it's going to go into a critical meltdown at some point. So it'll be interesting to see where that happens. Apparently, the performance in the first episode that starts the first episode off, which was CG, wasn't supposed to be CG, which is a not great sign, frankly.
That's not a good sign
no.
at all.
It's not a brilliant
no.
sign, so it could be leading more towards the meltdown side, but we'll see what's happening, because at the moment it's just fucking beautiful. Like it just has a way of making the realizations of the characters and the breakthroughs of the characters just feel so beautiful, and obviously backed by Yuki Hayashi's music, which is always fantastic. It is just so enjoyable. Not to mention they've introduced Murase's character, and he's a fantastic little gremlin.
He plays another character?
Yes, he does. Yes, he does.
Of course. Of course.
There are two people that I have noticed that have popped up a lot this season. One is Murase. The other is, I don't exactly remember his name, but he voices Shigaraki in MHA and Tsukishima in Haikyuu.
Oh, let me look them up.
He voices
He was
Sumitsu in
Miyamura.
Dynazenon this season. I know that much.
He was Miyamura from Horror.
He was also Miyamura, yes.
Oh, yeah.
But I'm getting off topic. Murase's character is an adorable little gremlin. You've also got he's part of the, rival school, and just the fucking... It's so hilarious watching them interact, because the captains have, a massive rivalry that they just try and keep one-upping each other. And the rest of them actually get on fairly well after initial, difficulties. Not to mention, there's a running gag with the coach where he has a bunch of sayings, and he says, "At least that's what my wife says." And every time, the older club member's like, "We've never actually seen his wife, so we don't know if she exists, but we're not willing to ask."
Oh, okay.
Oh my god.
We don't know if she exists. We really don't, but we're kind of afraid to ask about whether she does. And it's just, oh.
By the way, you're talking about Koki Uchiyama, who's apparently Neku from The World Ends With You. Are you kidding me?
That's another role he has this season. Yes.
Yeah.
He's in fucking so much, Jesus.
Yeah.
Well, no, he's not in a lot this season, but.
Well, no, overall though, he was in.
Overall, yeah.
Oh yeah, no, he's
was
prolific. Yeah. He's in a lot of shows overall. But as I said, I know him as Tsukishima from Haikyuu, which is a glorious role for him. But talking about sports again.
He's even in anime.
But
again, that's everyone.
Yeah. Oh yeah. But yeah, even though the performances in this show have been pretty much consistently CG, it doesn't affect it. It's good CG, and it actually works with making the movements seem that much more fluid, and it does mean that they can have people moving autonomously. They're not, sort of moving at the same time as each other to save the animator's hands. Like, to give an example, the way 2D walk cycles, everyone is walking at the exact same pace in time with each other because it's easier on the animators. But yeah, no, I love the show. This is my favorite show of the season so far. Well, favorite non-sequel show of the season so far. We'll get on to
There are a lot of really
favorite
fucking good sequels this season.
Yeah.
Yeah, my god, why? God damn it.
Because we cannot have free time as anime fans.
But moving on to a less good show on my list, Battle Athletes.
I did not watch this one, so
I don't know why you kept watching this, Mel.
I gave it 3 episodes because I wanted to see how big of a role the kangaroo played, but it wasn't as big as I hoped.
Alright, I forgot about that.
I mean, the kangaroo plays a role, but it's mostly silent comedic comedy relief, and I was kind of disappointed. I wanted it to be an actual character, but I guess not. Yeah, this is one of those shows that I watched 3 episodes for and then dropped. I think, actually, did I watch 4 episodes? I might have... Did I watch 4?
Well, either
3
way,
or
you gave
4.
it like a 3 or 4 episodes test, and then it failed.
Either way, I gave it a few episodes. It failed because I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit about any of these characters. Like, it's so fucking weird. Like, it's almost... It feels like it's supposed to be like this light-hearted sports sort of show. But A, the sports is almost non-existent because the animation is not good. And B, it's weird because like you've got the fucking amputee from, what was it, Pluto or something like that. You've got a refugee from the moon who's kangaroo, that is, and is like is trying to win this competition so that she can put an end to the civil war on the moon. And then you've got her roommate, who is the arms dealer, or the daughter of the arms dealers that's supplying the civil war, which obviously caused some tension at the beginning. And then you've got the girl who inspired the main character to join the competition, but is also genetically engineered and is basically, the competition is rigged so that she wins. You've also got a black detective who somehow survives being blown up at point-blank range. He's actually the best character.
Okay.
He's actually the best character in the show.
Oh, okay.
But, like, it's just so weird because the episode ended with him getting into his car, noticing that there was, like, a bomb on the steering wheel, it blowing up, and then suddenly he's alive again in the next episode, and it's like, oh, I managed to roll out of the way, when clearly in the actual scene there was no way he did that. It's just like, what the fuck? That was sort of pretty much what killed it for me in the end.
Oof.
I mean, if he'd have stayed dead as well, I probably would have also dropped it, because it would have been losing the best character. But yeah, it's just like, this isn't a good show, y'all. This really isn't a good show. Not to mention, like, the fan service. Like, when they're actually, like, training or doing the sports, they've all got, conspicuously tight uniforms. And the camera is always, the bottom of the camera is always just got their asses in frame. To show off just how tight, just how tight those uniforms are, and it's like, okay.
God, fucking damn it.
So yeah, I've dropped this. And speaking of another show I've dropped, Blue Reflection Ray.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say one last thing about Battle Athletes. Like, no one's really watching it this season anyway, so I don't think.
For good reason. It's not very good. It's not very good at all. Frankly, I'm surprised I gave it as long as I did.
Ray.
But Blue Reflection Ray, yeah. I don't remember a lot of this show. I remember that.
All I really remember, I might watch more of it, but all I know for sure is that it's not well animated and that's kind of gay.
I mean, I mean, it has to be gay because I don't think there's been a male character introduced yet.
I don't think there's
Fair,
any male
but-
characters in this show.
That's kind of par for the course of magical girl shows.
I
though.
mean, it is.
Yeah.
But yeah, let's see what I remember. I remember that the main character, Ruka, her motivation is that she didn't talk to somebody who looked depressed, and then that depressed person committed suicide, and now she feels bad, I think.
There's certainly worse motivations for a character.
There are. You've got
I
other
wish
main...
it was fleshed out more, though.
You've got other main girl who is motivated by the fact that her sister disappeared. Her sister probably being the one who exploded at the start of the first episode, I think.
And who also turns up in the third episode to stall the older girl.
Oh,
who's
is that
mentioned
who
as
it
the
was?
protagonist.
Oh,
Yup.
I didn't fucking realize. That fight would have had a lot more impact if I'd remembered that.
Yep.
You can see
And
how much
I
attention
believe
I paid to this show.
Yes.
I mean, the girl who's in the screenshot, her life is appropriately, like, tragic.
Honestly, fuck her parents because they're awful people.
Oh, fuck her parents, but am I the only one who didn't really see what was wrong with those other girls, like, taking her sadness away?
I don't think it's been explained properly why it's
Yeah.
a bad thing or why they're doing it.
Like, the main girls was like, you can't take her feelings away, and I'm like, but what if her feelings are hurting her, and will lead her to, like, harm herself in some way? Surely it'd be better if those went away in some shape or form.
Yeah, those negative feelings.
Like-
To be fair, I
Those-
don't think the other girls really understood exactly what they were taking away from her.
Oh no, they absolutely didn't. They were just taking away negative feelings. But yeah, I have no fucking clue what this show is about. I know it's
it's-
two core, but even two core shows need to, like, explain their central premise within 3 episodes. Otherwise, you're gonna lose a lot of people.
I was gonna ask, how is this 2 core?
I
I
don't
don't fucking know. I think it's based off of a game that's slightly
I
popular.
mean, it's based off
I
a
don't
game,
know.
so that makes sense, I guess.
But yes, I am
don't know, I
predicting
was gonna-
I am predicting this is probably going to be gay, but that's not going to be enough to save it for me.
Mm.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah, I
it
was
wasn't
gonna
enough to
watch it,
save
but then it was
several
like,
shows.
The
Like,
last shows
Citrus-
the last shows that I watched because I thought they were going to be gay were Other Side Picnic and Adachi and Shimamura, and I left both of those. Well, I left one of those slightly disappointed and one of those incredibly disappointed.
I mean,
at least Other Side Picnic had like other things besides the Yuri.
Well, Other Side
Oh.
Picnic also keeps it apparent subtext, though. Adachi and Shimamura is just frustrating.
Hmm.
They only
That's-
get
that's-
together until like. Apparently, they don't get together until like Volume 6, which is like Season 2. But it's like.
Oh, I'm not
Why?
watching a season fucking 2 of that, especially considering it's what. How many volumes did season 1 get through?
I think 4.
3. 3
Three
or
or
4.
four, yeah.
3 or 4. So volume 6 would probably be towards the end. I'm not getting through most of another season of that without, breaking
It's
something.
The thing with the Blue Reflection Race that like, okay, I was gonna watch it, but then like, then it turned out to be a game adaptation. I was like, I don't think I'm gonna watch it. And then like, I hear more about it, and I'm like, I think I made the right decision. And it's, again, the season, the rest of the season has so much good stuff, has so much good anime that you can't really be even mediocre or like uninteresting.
As expected,
Otherwise, you're probably gonna
as
drop.
expected, Magatsu Verite was the exception that proves the rule that the game adaptations are generally not great.
We have another one to talk about later, too.
But moving on,
Yes,
I
I still
assume we
haven't
can move
watched
on
Yeah, we can move on.
to the show. I'm still not sure why I'm still watching Burning Cavity.
Huh.
I'm still watching this. I don't exactly know why. It's
Is it good? Do you
it-
like it?
it's grown on me like a wart. I mean, the
That
animation.
metaphor does not inspire confidence.
I mean, the
Not-
animation, frankly,
Harrison does this part confidence.
the animation is frankly pretty piss poor. There's just very little of it. What I will say is that once again the characters are growing on me like a wart. I kept watching so that I could be introduced to the captain, the character in the screenshot, who is voiced by, I believe, I don't remember his actual name, but I do remember he voices Bakugo. What the fuck is his actual name?
Nobuhiko Okamoto, then.
Nobuhiko Okamoto,
Nobuhiko.
that's what his name is. Yeah. I knew it was Nobuhiko something. But he's voiced by Nobuhiko Okamoto, and I like that guy, and he's working well in this role. The captain is at least vaguely interesting. The main character, Yogoshi, is getting better steadily. He's not as much of a dick as he was in the first episode, which is fair play to him. And I am quite enjoying the second year's fucking XP of the Stone Hashira and Demon Slayer, and generic chick bait. I mean, I know their actual names are Misumi and Date, but you know that those descriptions fit them better.
Okay.
I mean,
Interesting.
I don't know. I'm not
Da-
really watching. I don't really have anything to say about it.
yeah. I mean,
It's just it's kind of one of those shows that's also like not really.
I don't blame anyone for not watching this. This isn't great. As I said, I have no idea why I'm still watching it. I just know that I am. Potentially,
It's not really all that. Yeah. What do you say?
potentially I might drop it, but at the moment I am getting a level of enjoyment out of it. If I ever get like too busy to watch anime, this will probably be the one that I drop off on most. But we'll see if I manage to stay unbusy enough to keep watching everything on my list. But yeah, if you're expecting like this is not a well animated sports show, which does hinder it. The characters are fairly cookie cutter. There is a very annoying subplot in the second episode where Yoigoshi refuses to hold hands with his teammates to do a defensive strategy, and there appears to be a running gag in which the soccer coach thinks that the Kabaddi team is fucking each other, and therefore brings it, and therefore the soccer coach brings his prettiest players to try and trick or try and get Yoigoshi to join the soccer team. Yeah.
Oh, that's not great.
We'll see
That
how
That's
doesn't
really not
sound
great.
entirely appealing.
we'll see how long that subplot lasts. I'm hoping it'll go away.
Kind of another mediocre show in a sea of good shows.
As I said, I still don't know why I'm watching this, but I am. Moving on to finally a show that I'm not watching. Dragon's House Hunting.
Alright.
luck, Connor.
Yeah.
Good luck,
Yeah, this is a show I kept watching because because I was on the fence and I was wondering because I thought it was gonna. I had hope for it and it got better. I think my favorite segment was when they went to the haunted house. I felt like that's when the show was at its funniest. And the demon lord, Diario, the demon lord, who is in the screenshot petting the dragon, is definitely the most intriguing character of the bunch. But I don't know, man. I don't know. Like, I'm like right on the fence about like dropping this show or not because it's like after watching the third episode, I was like, this one's okay. I like the first third of it because they went to like a store and they had all this interesting interesting tools and or like furniture and stuff. Like apparently there's this light that's lit up by they have this light bulb or something. They have this like lantern that's lit up by a salamander, but the salamander is actually like giving off light because it's serving a prison sentence for like arson. So that was pretty interesting. But then I don't really like I'm not really a fan of the main character, the dragon. He's really hit or miss. He cries. Like he always just cries a lot, I guess. And it's not like again, it's just like it's not really all that he's not really all that funny, that's the thing. He was at his funniest in the haunted house episode, but he isn't really all that funny overall. But I don't know. I don't know if I'm gonna drop this or not because what I tend to do is that like if I drop a show, then I'll pick up another show. Then I'll like pick up another show I was interested in because I don't want to watch like too many shows at once. But if I drop House Hunting, I'll pick up like Pretty Boy Detective Club. But I'm not exactly sure I'm gonna drop it because like the third episode ends on a pretty like interesting note because like they build a house, but then that house gets popular among monsters because it's a dragon living in there, and he just wants to live in peace and quiet. So he just basically reunites with the demon lord, and they go off to try and find a new house. And it seems like the perfect place to stop if you don't think that this passed the 3 episode test. But I'm not exactly sure how I entirely feel about this show. So part of me wants to continue watching it, part of me wants to drop it. I'm just busy weighing all my options at the moment. It's not exactly good. There's a lot you could watch There's a lot better you could watch this season. There's a lot better, both in terms of new shows and sequels and stuff. There's a lot better you could be doing than this. I'm just like really on the fence. I'm just kind of like.
I mean, it comes down to it. Are you enjoying it or not?
It's.
Do you care about what happens to these characters throughout the show? Because if the answer is no, then stop watching. That's what I did with, the shows that I dropped. I got to the 3 episode point when, do I actually care about what happens to these characters? Will I actually be like frustrated about not knowing what happens next? No. Yeah, I'm just gonna drop them then. I have too much to do.
Yeah, I think I'll do that. Yeah, actually, yeah. Because like when you ask that, I'm thinking not really actually. So I might drop it. I'll probably drop it, which kind of sucks because like I was actually kind of hyped for this. I was actually excited for this one from the previews, and it just,
you
like,
were
just
the only one
but...
excited. Certainly,
well,
out of the 3 of us.
Well, sorry.
Out of the 3 of us, you were the only one excited.
Sorry. Well, that happens, I guess.
Speaking of I mean, are you okay to move on? Because that's a good segue for me.
Yeah, sure.
Speaking of
shows,
speaking of other shows that only one of us was even slightly excited about, Farewell, My Dear Kramer.
Yeah, sorry, I just don't usually watch sports shows.
I mean, I don't blame you on this one.
We should watch more sports shows, though. There's some good ones.
I don't fucking blame you on this one. This is not one
of them. There's good ones. This isn't one of them, but there's good ones.
I mean, first things first. Distinct lack of understanding towards football. It said that football can be boiled down to 2 styles: possession style and counter-attacking style. No. Football's far more complicated than that, Chief. No. Possession football is obviously a big part of the game now, thanks to Barcelona, but there are a lot more styles. As anyone who watched me play Football Manager can attest, there are so many different styles. Also, like, at the end of episode 3, which was the last episode that I watched, I believe there's an episode 4 out. I'm not watching that. The end of episode 3, like, the other team breaks away and they're like, oh no, we have to get back and stop them. I'm just like, foul them then. You'll pick up a yellow card, sure, but like that's better than them fucking like murdering you on the counterattack. This is exactly what like. Just foul them. I saw no fouls in 3 episodes of football. Like what the fuck? As I said in the premiere, the designs are off-putting. I didn't decide to use one screenshot that showed them off, but God, they just look so fucking fish-lipped and dead-eyed. It's just awful. Ugh. It just genuinely is off-putting. Not to mention, I just don't care about the characters. Like, one of the characters...
Yeah, that's...
One of the characters just, like, takes... Who's really fucking good at football, takes until, like, the midway point of episode 3 to actually start doing anything, I think. It's just like, okay, why? Not to mention, they lose their practice match, admittedly against the champions, but still, they lose it something like 21-1. That's not a football score.
That's not a football score. Like 8-1 is like really bad.
You would get mercy in baseball.
I have watched
8-1 is pretty bad.
I have watched football, certainly like consciously, for at least 15 years, if not longer. Probably a little bit longer. In all that time, I have only ever seen one match where a team scored more than 20 goals. And that was a friendly against some continent. That was like a English Premier League side against some continental amateur team where like the fucking goalkeeper was a plumber or something like that. And like it was like a ridiculous shock. So no, do not have the other team score 20 goals, especially considering you didn't go like a full 45 minutes a half. Like what the fuck? Even when I'm like playing FIFA and I put it down to the lowest difficulty, I play one of the shittest teams with one of the best teams, I'm still gonna struggle to score 20 goals in that time. Like, come off it, for fuck's sake. As I said, it just screams a lack of actually understanding what football is about. So yeah, as I said, I just could not give a shit about the characters. Even before the end of episode 3, I was like, yeah, I'm dropping this shit. I'm dropping this shit hard. I don't care. But speaking of shows I care about, Fruits Basket Season 3. On which I am finally... End of episode 2.
How far is the dub?
It's currently keeping up. Yeah, it's keeping up. So I am 2 episodes
Cody,
behind.
We are going to be talking about spoilers.
Yes,
so.
Okay, I'm just gonna deafen.
Big old spoilers.
So Shigure is quite the motherfucker, isn't he?
Yeah, that was a fucking shock. I mean, just Shigure in general. Like, I remember when we were talking back in the FMK days when we were talking about Fruits Basket, and like, Shigure always seemed like this scheming, maniacal character, but we always assumed that he was plotting against Akito. What Season 2 and the start of Season 3 has shown, oh boy, is he not plotting against Akito.
He's plotting in a whole different dimension from everyone else. Let's be real.
Yeah.
He's on his own wavelength for sure.
I mean, also confirmation that Akito is female.
Yep.
Which I do remember discussing at decent length when we were talking about the first season. Because none of us were fucking sure about that.
Yeah. Well, it gets confirmed for sure in the Season 2 finale. But yeah,
Sorry, it's running together. I've watched literally like at least a dozen, if not more, episodes of Fruits Basket on today alone. Because I had to catch up. So it's all sort of a jumbled mess in my head.
Yeah, maybe watch the two most recent episodes later. And,
Oh, I will.
or space out.
What day does Fruits Basket come out again? I'll probably watch them all together that day.
Mondays.
Mondays. Okay, another show to add to the Mondays then. Okay, I can do that. That's doable. My Monday isn't too busy at the moment. But yeah, like I mean, season 3 is just fucking hell. It's kicking off massively. Actually,
Yeah.
I do want to
I
talk
do
about.
appreciate.
I do want to talk about season 2 a little bit because obviously I haven't had a chance to talk about it with you in particular.
Yeah, we can talk about it a little bit off stream too, but
I just want to mention
well,
I fucking love Manabe and Yuki's friendship.
it's a really nice dynamic. I really appreciate them.
It's so fucking good. Um,
I do also appreciate like in episode 2 that Shigure and Akito's utterly fucked up toxic relationship is contrasted so nicely with Toru and Kyo and Yuki and fuck, what's her name?
oh
I just
god,
was gonna say
I should remember this name. I just watched it. Kurame? Oh fuck it. No.
I'm looking up right now.
I don't remember. I think it's a K or an M that it starts with. Maybe both. Machi.
No,
Machi. It was
Yes.
Karagi Machi. That's it.
Yes. But Yuki and Machi and Toru and Kyo have much sweeter and more supportive relationships than whatever colossal fucking mess Akito and Shigure have going on between them.
I mean, I think it's a very interesting touch for Fruits Basket to have, had Akito as the villain all this time. And Akito is very much still the villain, I would say. But also showing that the reason Akito doing is basically the cycle of abuse.
Oh yeah, no. Her mother is a piece of shit.
Yeah. I mean, let's be real. Shigure may have had sex with her to get back at Akito, but she also was getting back at Akito the exact same fucking way.
Oh, absolutely. Like, and let's be real. Like, we don't know what Ren's baggage is or why she's such an awful person. Akito at least has something of an excuse of having some unclear mental illness that she's been suffering from for a while. I don't think Ren has even that excuse.
I mean, we'll see. But at the same
we
time,
don't know enough.
yeah. But at the same time, let us make it clear. Regardless of the issues that Akito has, it in no way excuses what she has done throughout the run of the show and prior to that.
Yeah, no. Especially regarding her treatment of Yuki, Kyo, and especially Rin. Like, that poor girl does not deserve what Akito has put her through.
And most importantly, she made Momochi cry.
Yeah, no, that is not okay.
I was so sad when I got another sad Momochi episode, and I just I don't like sad Momochi episodes.
Episode 5 is also supposed to be a Momochi episode.
Is it going to be a sad Momochi episode or a happy Momochi episode?
I don't know yet. That's the next episode to air.
The other thing that I want to make mention of is as mentioned before, I'm watching it dubbed.
As am I.
Oh, are you watching it dubbed as well?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't realize.
Is fucking fantastic.
Oh no, I totally agree. The dub is incredible. But what I wanted to make mention of was so Kurino is played by Ian Sinclair, and obviously Ian Sinclair is very much known for his over the top roles. Like
Brook from One Piece. He's Sugimoto in Golden Kamuy.
Yeah.
I know he's been in other stuff, but those are the ones I know.
But he's a very like over the top dub actor. But holy fuck, does he show off his dramatic chops as Kurino? Like, holy fucking shit. Like, I mean, I already knew, like, I love Ian Sinclair, and I know he's fucking good, but that really was just a hell of a performance in the scene that ended season 2 and started season 3.
Yeah. Oh, one more thing I want to talk about real quick is Hana and Uo are such good friends.
If you didn't mention it, I was going to mention it. I fucking love Hana and Uo. Like, oh my god.
They are the perfect friends for Toru.
They really are. I would frankly entirely watch a show just based around the hijinks those three get into.
As would I. They just have such a great dynamic between the three of them, and they are just absolutely wonderful together.
Yeah. Oh, and
also I want to mention that one scene in season 2 where Hana trolls Kyo over his dad.
Yeah. I mean, the scene from season 2 that I want to mention is fucking fucking Uo and Hana like trying to attract Kyo with food like a skittish deer, like. Like, oh god. I mean, oh, and again, I'm going back to season 2, but fucking Naohito is so fucking high strung. He's going to have an aneurysm, and it's hilarious.
Yeah. Oh, I think he actually gets a tiny bit of focus in episode 3 of this season.
Okay.
I won't spoil, but
he's just fucking hilarious to me, and I just, yeah.
Episode 3 focuses a lot on the side characters, especially Machi. Machi gets most of the spotlight in episode 3.
That doesn't surprise me. Like, it's very clearly setting up for that type of thing. But the one last thing
I do.
Go ahead.
I do like the relationship she has with Yuki because it's different from the standard like shoujo romance that the more standard shoujo romance that Toru and Kyo have, which is still a wonderful relationship.
I was about to mention that because Kyo is such a good example of a tsundere because it actually develops him properly. You see throughout the seasons as Kyo gets softer and softer towards Toru. What was really good is in season 2, when they're on the trip and he's asked out by just some random girl, and he shows he's still got that son side to him, and it's clear that it's it's Toru who is pulling out the Dere side for him, and it is just so fucking good. And again, just scene after scene of Kyo knowing exactly what Toru was thinking, and then Kyo fucking finding Toru's scarf and getting it. Like, oh, it is a really good romance.
Yeah, it is. This show is really fucking good.
And
I just know it's going to break me again by the end of the season.
Almost certainly. But like at this stage, because again, like in season 1 where we were talking about it, it very much seemed to be setting up the love corner between Kyo, Yuki, and Toru. But at this stage, Yuki has bowed the fuck out. And is very much just Kyo and Toru.
He bowed out like about I want to say midway through season 2.
And to be fair, and I liked the way they did it because Yuki realized that no, his feelings for Toru were not like romantic. They were very much a platonic love. Yeah, and familial love.
And I appreciate that.
Yeah.
A lot of shows just focus way too much on romantic relationships between boys and girls. It's like not all relationships, male and female characters, have to be romantic.
90% of shows would have kept the love corner between Kyo, Yuki, and Toru going until like the last 2 episodes. So I'm very appreciative that Fruits Basket didn't take that direction.
As am I. And this worked out because it gave Yuki an opportunity to actually develop outside of that dynamic.
Because that's the thing. Past the midpoint of season 2, a lot of Yuki's development does not actually come from Toru. It comes from
Yeah,
his
no.
experiences with the student council,
Yeah,
which is
and
really
they keep
fucking
on a
good.
lot. They build on that a lot in season three too.
Mm,
Like pretty much all of Yuki's scenes so far in season three have revolved around his relationship with members of the student council,
yeah. That,
except for a couple.
yeah. That's not to say there hasn't been like missteps. Like as nice as it might have been, the potential relationship between Kurono and Uo is still quite squicky, given that Uo is what 16,
There's
17.
like an 8 year there's like an 8 year age difference between the two of them.
Again,
I think.
if Uo was an adult, that age gap might not have been much of an issue. But when Uo is still a teenager in high school, yeah,
It
it's
is a
not
bit
great.
squicky.
It's
The
not
manga
great.
is the series is showing the manga's age in that
Mm,
regard because this is just a series from the late '90s
yeah,
when anime were much more likely to treat those as acceptable.
yeah. But yeah,
But
no,
yeah,
I'm
I,
glad
I'm
I'm
kind
damn
of
it.
wish I
I'm
kind of wish Kurino was substantially younger,
mm,
so as to make
yeah.
the relationship less squicky.
Unfortunately, because of his role in the main four that were alive when Akito was conceived, um,
Uh huh.
he could only be so young and have it still fit, basically.
Yeah. Funny thing is, we don't really know Akito's exact age, other than her being in her early 20s.
Mm.
We know that
But from Shigeru's standpoint, that's still super old, right?
oh god.
That poor editor. That poor fucking editor.
Yeah, honestly. But yeah, we don't know Akito's exact age other than that the the eldest trio plus Kurino were fairly young children when she was conceived. Uh, don't know the exact age. We do know the exact ages
Age is
of.
19 to 20, according to Mal.
I don't trust Mal on this. I
Yes,
don't really
but
trust.
I also don't want to like go on the wiki. Uh,
I looked at the wiki and all it said was that she was in her 20s.
fair enough.
We don't know the exact age.
Fair enough. Um, but yeah, I'm glad I'm nearly caught up on this because I do enjoy Fruits Basket, and it's and as we've already said, the dub is really fucking good. I don't get to watch enough dubbed shows at the moment because of the pandemic slowing production, but I'm so glad that this and Mars Red are having this Mars Red and My Hero to a lesser extent are having a consistent dub release.
Yeah. How far behind is the Hero dub, by the way? Like 2 episodes?
2 episodes, I believe. Yeah, 2 episodes.
That's not bad at all.
Yeah, and frankly, I don't care. I've read the arc, so it's not like I'm gonna get spoiled on anything, really.
Oh, it's a fun arc. Though the next arc is going to be real fun.
The next arc is gonna scar for some folks, but we'll get to that when we
Yes,
get
let's
to that.
move
We
on.
should move on. So at Coney, so he can come back in, because we need to move.
I wonder what he's been doing while he's waited.
Don't know, because we talked a while on Fruits Basket. But moving on
To be fair,
to
Fruits Basket is really good.
yeah, but moving on to I've been killing slimes for 300 years. Off you go. I don't give a shit about this isekai.
All right, try to get Tony back on because he still seems to be deaf and muted.
Hmm.
But slimes, the other slime isekai. God, there's fucking two of them. How many more of these are there going to be? But anyways, this one is pretty fun for the most part. Like, it's mostly just focused on on the main character building up a family, and sometimes sometimes a family is an immortal 300-year-old witch, her dragon wife, and their two slime daughters. But I do appreciate a lot of the some of the humor in this actually really hits pretty well. I do appreciate that this is more of a low key isekai series rather than focusing on like, oh, haha, this main character is super hacks. Haha, look at how he accumulates all this status and power and women and all that jazz.
Mm.
Ah, yeah. So it's just more like a slice of life than your typical isekai.
Much more slice of life, though there are some action sequences. There was one in episode 4 that was actually surprisingly well animated, where Asuka literally just beats the shit out of a bunch of dragons,
Oh, okay.
which is really fun to watch. But I will also mention that episode 3 had some really unfortunate jokes revolving around the elf character introduced in that episode, who is several of the jokes revolve around the fact that she is well endowed and don't really elaborate on that too much. And there was also a really uncomfortable joke in that episode where she tries coming on to Azusa, who is not having it, and that scene has some could be interpreted as slightly homophobic, which is weird because there are a lot of homoerotic undertones to her relationship with the dragon, who's her first companion.
I wouldn't say it's homophobic. It's just like she doesn't really like it. She doesn't really like someone else coming on to her.
Makes me glad I
I'm not
didn't
saying
watch
that it
this.
is. I'm saying that it could come across that way.
Yeah. Okay.
Definitely makes me glad.
I get
that
to catch
didn't
up
watch
to this. I do plan on watching this. It looks cute. Definitely looks
It's
cute.
a fun enough show, but like, Mill doesn't like isekai, and I don't think this would change his mind.
No, it's probably it won't. It definitely won't.
Now, there is one isekai this season that I think he might enjoy, potentially, but not for the reasons that this one's enjoyable.
I mean, even if you want like the whole like found family between a bunch of girls, like if you want like a whole family dynamic between a bunch of girls thing, I mean, Dragon Maid's right there, too.
Especially considering
much, yeah.
it's getting shorts this season as well.
It has Swords this season, and then it's getting a second season next semester. I mean, in the summer, and that's a proven.
Bill, I think you skipped a show.
Did I?
You did.
No. What?
No,
what
it's
happened
it's
with
it's the
that?
other. It's the because in my list I have it down as I shaved rather than Higehiro. So Higehiro is up
Yeah.
next.
Yeah, this one's
Yeah.
alright for the most part, except episode 3 is kind of annoying at certain points, mostly revolving around Elf Girl being not all that funny. But it kind of makes up for it with the awesome demon lady, who is the Elf Girl's kind of sort of nemesis. So, slightly mixed bag, leaning on the positive on this one.
Surprisingly popular. Surprisingly one of the more popular shows this season. Because I don't really hear. There's a lot of shows that like are more popular than I think they are. Since I don't hear anything about. I don't hear much about them. Slime's one of them. Probably because, in the case of Slime, it gets new episodes on Saturday, and there's like 8 other shows that air new episodes on Saturday.
Saturday is fucking stacked. Jesus
It's
Christ.
just like 8.
Which made it a really bad day to have to try and catch up to Fruits Basket.
I am
Yeah.
so sorry. I am so fucking sorry.
I haven't actually watched today's
was
My
like-
Hero because of that, but it's fine.
I mean, it's fine. I've read the manga, so I'm like, for like Hiroka and Rumor specifically, I'm just saying, you know what, I'm just gonna go in with manga information.
Anyway,
I can watch these later.
are we ready to move on
Yeah.
Yep.
to
So,
Higehiro?
remember how earlier this we talked about how there was a show that was walking a tightrope?
Ah.
This is
yeah.
that show.
Yeah.
I was actually
Absolutely
wondering which
that
one
show.
it was. So
No, it's
No, it
it's
is
definitely the one
absolute-
where you have like a 26-year-old sheltering like sheltering a fucking high schooler in his house, and it's like, yeah, there's 2 words, Usagi drop. That's
yeah,
all, that's all I need to
that's
say.
exactly.
all I
Every
need to say.
episode, I am concerned that it is going to go that route, and every episode, it walks away from that ever so slightly, and it's like, okay, So they're keeping that relationship platonic, and they're keeping it as more of like a big brother little sister dynamic. Okay,
Are
The thing
they?
is that
good.
like
I mean,
the thing is that
my
what were we gonna
my
say?
my question is that is it teasing a romantic relationship between the two of them, or is
Really, like she seems to be into him, but he very clearly has his eyes pretty much only on his work superior, who is older than him.
because the comparison that comes to mind for, or potential comparison that comes to mind for me, it was Momsakai, in that
Ah,
it
No,
very
it's not like
much. Well, no, hear me out. Hear me out on what I'm meaning by comparison, because it was very much a show that did not have a relationship between the mom and the son, but it kept putting them in compromising positions, and so it very much had its cake and ate it.
well, it's trying to
In
have its
that,
it's
cake and
not
eat it
that
too.
it is not nearly that bad, though.
okay,
It's not.
There are some scenes with a little bit of camera focus on her, but in some of those scenes, it seems to be like kind of a tone thing,
mm,
where it's one of those scenes is where she is actively trying to seduce him, and which is when he ultimately turns her down firmly and says, "No, that's not the kind of relationship I want with you."
okay,
It's still walking that fine tightrope,
It is walking a
and
tightrope.
again,
I am concerned, but I am still watching because overall, I do think it is walking that tightrope fairly well, but it is juggling flaming chainsaws.
and
I'm
as
seriously curious because the final volume of the original light novel series that this is based off of comes out in June. Um,
so that's
So yeah,
that's
we don't
that's
know.
when that's when we're gonna get official confirmation whether it's gonna Usagi drop the shit out of this or not.
yes,
Yes.
essentially.
Well, we won't know for sure until people actually read it and
We won't know
transmit.
for sure until people read it and then like leak it
So we won't
and
know
then
until
all that.
like
But we
June-ish.
won't know for like a month. But I always keep mentioning that because it's an interesting thing. Because I always find because it's interesting. We'll have to see where it
I
goes.
really, really hope it does not go the Usagi drop route.
I mean, I
And
think
honestly,
Because it's really good. But we're just gonna like we keep on mentioning this because it's really good so far. And it's
all
but
of
like
us hope that it's not going to. All of us except a certain subset of fans on the
Degenerate.
internet, of yes, degenerates, hope that it's not going to go the Usagi drop route.
yeah yeah.
Like, honestly, he already has a love triangle going with his coworkers at work,
Hmm.
and that's fine, all well and good. I appreciate the dynamic he has with both of those female characters. And
That the main female lead is the goddamn teenage girl. So
so that doesn't mean that she has to
yeah,
get
it
with
doesn't mean it has to be romantic or anything and all that. I get that, but it's just.
Hmm.
Anyways, I am
Anyway, good
cautiously
show.
optimistic
Good show.
about this.
Good show.
It's still a very good show.
Optimistic.
Overall, it's just there's always that nagging concern, you know.
I'm,
Yeah. Sure.
I walked that tightrope with Egg last season. I'm not willing to do it for another season.
I don't blame you.
I don't blame you. Egg's not even done. Egg's not
Yeah.
even done.
Moving on to Joran.
Shodan. Yeah.
Fucking aesthetic
How
as
many
fuck.
episodes did you?
It's got
How many
5,
episodes
hasn't it?
did you watch it?
I think it
Five,
has
I
five.
believe.
Five.
Yeah.
5 is the most recent one. Did you watch that or
Yes,
no?
I did. I did watch that. Yes. So yeah,
Okay,
this
so let's
this is
go
a
to 5.
fucking.
I am not buying. I am not buying any of those character deaths.
Okay, that's interesting. I don't know how to feel. That's probably the only thing that's keeping me watching until the next episode is finding out what the fuck is up with those character deaths. The only one that the one that I really doubt was Tsukishiro.
Oh, Makoto?
Yeah.
Yeah. No way in hell would they off-screen a death that important.
Yeah.
Especially since it's like,
I just doubt it.
oh, cut away to the outside of the car as gunshots go off. It's like,
Yeah.
no, that character's. They just shot the other person.
The the death for Sawa's death, I am middling on. I have a feeling that's probably a trick, but I'm
It's
just not.
100% a fake out. That she's the main character.
Yes, but ANN reviewer did bring up a good point. Is they could time skip to Asahi being an adult and
Oh shit.
following the cycle of revenge, but
shit.
we will see.
That could.
We will see next episode whether that is truly the case. As I said, I'm not entirely sure. The one that I'm most sure about was Hanakaze.
Elena.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's the most plausible, but at the same time, we don't actually see the body.
We see the
We actually
hair. We see the hair.
Which is not a good indication.
No.
That could just be a dummy corpse. This is
Very
spy
possible,
shit.
yeah. Very possible. But yeah,
And
this...
last we see her, she's walking away from her home.
But yeah, this...
Which is what turned...
This show's writing is just not very good.
Oh, yeah,
Very
it's kinda
style
all
over
over.
substance.
Very much so.
Well,
Like, the fucking...
Style is the substance.
The fucking aesthetics to it is really fucking good. I'll give it that. It uses colour probably better than any other show except for one this season, which is Moriarty.
Oh, God. I want to talk about Moriarty.
I
so
want
when
to
we
talk
get
about
to that.
Moriarty as well, but we will get to that in a few shows' time. But yeah, like we'll see how episode 6 plays out, but I have a feeling it's probably not going to last too much longer than that, depending on how that, cliffhangers or deaths sort of play out.
I also don't think we're going to get any payoff on Elena, at least for a few episodes. Because that kind of fake out is one of those things where they set up, oh no, this character is dead, and a few episodes later it's like, surprise, bitch, thought you had the last of me?
Comes back, crossbow umbrella blazing, yeah.
Yeah,
That's still one of the
none of
cooler
the
weapons I've seen.
It is. But yeah, none of the deaths really sold me on the character actually dying.
But yeah,
Because they're too ambiguous.
But yeah, this is very much one of those shows that believes that as many twists as possible makes good writing, and that's entirely not the case. Especially considering a lot of these twists are not fucking like set up at all. Like fucking Tsukishiro was like a triple or quad agent. What the fuck? Like, I mean,
Yeah, no, we know what the fuck Tsukishiro's deal is.
yeah,
We
which
don't
is
even
why
know
it's
what gender they identify as.
yeah, which is why it's so unlikely that they're actually dead, because we know nothing about them. But
No, we know one thing about them. They are duplicitous. Two things about them. We know that they're duplicitous and that they are probably in love with Sawa.
maybe we don't fucking know. I don't know. I just want to move on to the next show because I really want to talk about the next show, Mars Red.
Okay.
Mars Red is also very stylish in a different way.
I'm really enjoying the show. This is my third ranked show at the moment, I believe.
I think this just barely edges into my top 10. There is a lot of good shows this season, though.
I mean, I think part of what's raised it up for me is the quality of its dub. Like when I was looking for because obviously I had to get the screenshot for this, and I needed subtitles for it, so I had to go through the sub to get the subtitles to see the line, and it just doesn't feel the same. It just does not feel the same at all. Defrot just doesn't sound right without that British accent that sets them apart so much.
Oh yeah, speaking of gender ambiguous characters, the Fraud.
Yeah, no fucking clue on that front. No fucking clue.
Anime, boy or girl, round 527.
Yeah. I've been wrong so many times. I've been wrong so many times before. I'm not.
What's his name? I need to
Defrot.
look at this now.
Defrot. They're the character in the actual screenshot, front and center. Like.
Ah.
I mean, the only
Oh,
thing
boy.
you can really be sure about them looking at them is that they are so clearly a vampire. Like, just their entire look screams vampire. It's not just the like um vertical pupils. It's just everything that they're wearing. Just the way they talk is just like, you're a vampire, aren't you? There's no fucking hiding that. Um, but yeah, I mean, it's I'm really enjoying it because so episode two focused on I don't remember the mage's name. I know he's played by Brian.
Maida.
No, Maida's the leader. He's the colonel. I'm talking about the major Yamagami. That's him, Yamagami.
Mm.
Oh yeah, him.
The weakest vampire, which when he's got the highest rank is not great for him. Uh, so I mean, let's introduce these vampire characters that we didn't get in the first episode. So we've got Yamagami, who is the oldest in terms of like physical age. Was actually sort of rivals with Maida when he was alive, but is now the weakest vampire. You've got Takeuchi, the mad scientist who became a vampire when he got some vampire blood in his eye, which was unfortunate. Um, you've got Sua, who is like 300 years old, which is which is a really interesting contrast, and seems to have some sort of ability related to his mouth, which is why he wears a mask. And then we've got the adorable Kurisu, who is the strongest vampire, but also the meekest one.
Mm-hmm. I'm still waiting for that moment where he actually goes ape shit.
Mm. I mean, we sort of got it. Sort of got it in the most recent episode where he saved Yamagami, but he didn't go
four,
fully
right?
ape shit. Yeah, episode 4. The other thing to mention.
Speaking of episode 4, after you say your thing and then I'll say my thing.
Well, I was going to say, if you recall during the premiere stream, there was that lieutenant who was reporting to Maida, who I said, "Oh, he avoided the death flags." Oh no, he didn't. He died. He fucking bit it in episode 2.
Yep.
Fucking died in episode 2 like a bitch. That poor dude. But he did.
You tempted fate real hard, man.
I'm sorry, I thought he was safe. I didn't know they'd just kill him off in the next episode.
You know what they say about assuming?
It makes an ass out of you and Ming.
Yeah.
Yes.
Poor Ming. We all make an ass out of him so much. Hail
But
Ming.
yes,
Hail Ming.
I will say, episode 4 does have a trope I am very not fond of, though.
Oh.
I think you know what I'm
Dead
talking
prostitute.
about.
Dead prostitute.
Yeah.
Yeah, dead
Not
prostitute.
Both dead prostitute and the stuff in the fridge trope,
Yeah.
where a female character dies to give character development to a male character.
Mm.
Oh, so like that one episode from Alicization. Okay. Okay, well, not really, but like something similar to that.
There's a reason the term was coined back in like the late 90s.
Mm.
And it's a reference to a fucking comic book.
Yeah.
This trope has been around for a fucking while.
I believe in its initial use, it was rather more literal than we're
Oh no, it
using
is very literal. It was literally Kyle Rayner's girlfriend being chopped to bits and stuffed into a fridge.
Yeah, that's what I
Oh,
thought.
shit.
Yeah. But yeah, I understand where you're coming from on that front. Especially considering the only confirmed female characters. As we said, we are not fucking putting a bet down on the front yet. But the only confirmed female character is Shirase.
Well, the only one who is a recurring character, all the other
Yeah.
ones have been one shots. Yamagami's wife was one of them, and she didn't die, which is nice.
Yeah, that was a
wasn't-
nice episode. Like, I kept waiting for something to go wrong, but it was actually just a really nice conversation between the two of them.
Yeah, it was. It was very nice.
But yeah, Shirase, who, as you found out, Jack, in the dub has a Brooklyn accent for some reason.
I don't know why they did it.
But
Why does she have a Brooklyn accent?
It makes it more distinct, though, actually, because again, I watched the scene with her and Defrot in the theater when they were talking about the perfume in inverted commas, and like listen to it in the Japanese, it just didn't sound right, not having the British Defrot and the Brooklyn Shirase. And she's a reporter. Of course, she has a Brooklyn
I'm sorry.
accent.
Every time I hear a spunky girl talking with a Brooklyn accent, I think Harley Quinn.
I'm
I'm sorry. I've
yeah.
been programmed that way.
Okay.
But yeah, I really like her. As I said, the dub is just really fucking good. It's got a really cool cast, and it confirmed on Funimation's website that Sean Schemmel is in fact voicing Maida in the dub, which, like,
That's funny.
yeah, because it doesn't sound like him at all. It's very much a deeper voice than you expect from Schemmel, obviously, with his most famous role being Goku.
Yeah. Yeah, Maida sounds nothing like Goku.
Meanwhile, Chris Guerrero is having a fucking ball voicing Takeuchi.
Mad scientists are always fun to play, let's be real.
Just fucking hamming it up everywhere. Like... But yeah, I'm really enjoying the show. Like, I can't wait for what happens next episode. Especially considering that this ominous conversation between Defrot and I believe his name is Rufus, ended episode 4.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's kind of funny that one of the main conflicts of the show is instigated by British people importing shit into Japan, specifically drugs.
We apologize for nothing.
You should apologize for everything, you damn Brit.
We should apologize for everything.
U.S. established spheres of influence, though, in Japan or something like that.
Remember, this takes place in like an alternate history, 1920s or 30s.
Whatever. Whatever. Regardless, it's still the same.
If it makes you feel any better, there's you could what's the word I'm looking for? You could imagine that it's set in the same universe as Hellsing. Who the fuck knows if Alucard is just getting his shit done in England? I don't fucking know.
Yeah. We can move on.
Anyway, yes, moving on. I like this show.
Yeah.
This especially, I think, is one of the underrated shows of the season. Like, a lot of people aren't talking about this.
So many shows a lot of people aren't talking about.
But moving on to a show lots and lots of fucking people are talking about, Megalobox Nomad.
Are they? I don't hear a lot of people talk about Megalobox.
Clearly aren't listening, because this is really good.
No, yeah, I hear it's like really, really good.
It's kind of hard to talk about without spoiling like a lot of stuff, both from the first season and from the current season, though. Like, the show has a lot of stuff going on in it, and in particular, this season has been covering some heavy subject matter with regards to immigrants and how they're treated by the people.
Yeah, specifically, like Hispanic immigration, from what I hear.
Yeah, no, it delves a lot into that, and like, so the first 4 episodes of the season kind of have an arc to them that's focused on the immigrants, Joe bonding with them, and how he relates to them, and the plight that they are suffering. And it's really interesting how it explores that, and even more so than 86, it does a really good job of like just nailing down what it is for immigrants to suffer in the land that they move to escape from worse conditions in their homeland. Like the immigrant community that Joe falls in with in the first arc of the season, they live out of an abandoned amusement park, and people are still trying to buy the land out from under them and kick them out. And there's a really interesting speech, I think in two or three episodes in, where Chief, who is like the main kind of like the deuteragonist of this arc, gives to Joe, where he basically says, we moved to this land looking for opportunities, and the people who live here hate us and spit on us and call us parasites, and who steal their jobs, just when we're just trying to survive. And that is intense shit.
Mm.
And I think this show really does a good job with it for the most part.
Yeah.
Like, my one concern is if the show just doesn't acknowledge this arc again after it moves on, because slight spoiler warning, but after the end of episode 4, Joe is kind of moved by Chief's words and the support of the community, and goes to confront the past that he'd abandoned before the start of the season, like in between the two seasons.
Mm.
Like, there's very clearly regret behind his decision to leave, but at the same time, like, he needs to confront what happened, and he needs to talk. He needs to confront what he left behind. But this show is so fucking good. My God.
No, everything I've heard about this has been positive.
Yeah. It's like I hear it just blows the first season out of the water, which is really interesting.
Which is impressive, because the first season was generally very well regarded.
Yeah.
I mean, this season is just better in every respect, basically. Like, the fight choreography is better, the animation, the music, the storytelling especially. Like, it's just a really fucking good show.
It's like...
There is an element that I could talk about, but it's very spoilery, and I don't want to talk about it. Because it also... Why is so many shows this season make me hurt so good? Damn it!
I mean, it's another great showing from TMS Entertainment, who also are doing Fruits Basket this season. Unfortunately, that does mean that their third show this season, Burning Comedy, does suffer from a lack of attention.
I guess, yeah. They also did Dr. Stone last season, so they had probably had like this like more priorities. Oh, they're also doing the Conan movie. Yeah, they're also doing the new Conan movie. So like,
damn, they have a lot on their plates.
Apparently, there's also the new Baki sequel, and yeah, they have a lot going on.
They're busy. They are busy. Not quite as busy as Leiden Films. I'm not sure if we've gotten to their show yet. I can't remember. I know
Kramer. I think they did.
Are
they doing Kramer?
Are they the ones doing Kramer? Yeah, we did get to it then. Yeah, they fucked that up. They fucked that one up hard.
What else are they doing? Oh yeah. I know that like
they've got Revengers. They've got Revengers, Seven Knights, and Kramer this season. Last season they had Social Work Black, Hortensia Saga, Helped Out on Other Side Picnic, and then Last Dungeon Boonies.
Oh shit, that's a lot.
Yeah.
Oh, they also had, and also for Kramer, there was also supposed to be.
There was supposed to be a prequel movie that introduced introduce the main character. But yes, that got delayed, and so nobody knows what her shit is about anymore. Um,
They should have delayed the TV show too. God damn
Probably
that.
yes. But anyway, are you ready to move
Okay,
on then, Jack?
I'm good to move on.
'Cause
Next
it's
up
the-
is Moriarty, right?
Moriarty the Patriot. So I've got two for this. So I've got this one of Irene Adler becoming James Bond because, of course. Well,
It
no,
makes sense in context, I swear.
it does. I picked these two screenshots because it very much emphasizes what I said earlier about Moriarty being the only show that does color better than Joran. Because we've got this one that is very light, and then the next
Yeah.
one is very dark.
Ah.
Oh yeah, so this one has there are two arcs this season so far. The first one was
First one
an
was
adaptation of the Irene Adler story from the original Sherlock canon, and the second one is about Jack the Ripper.
we will get to Jack the Ripper one.
Yay!
We'll get to the Jack the Ripper one because I have a lot to say about that because I've actually done research into Jack the Ripper during my undergraduate degree, and I do want to talk about that. But what I want to talk about first is, hot damn, does Irene Adler look good cross dressing with short hair?
Seriously,
Like holy
Irene
fuck!
Adler just. I really like how they handle the character in this this version of the story too. Like all too often, they just shuffle her off to be the love interest Sherlock Holmes and very very little else. But
Wait,
here
he's supposed to be the love interest?
Yeah.
not in the original, no, and a lot of
Oh, okay.
adaptation is.
Well, in a lot of the adaptations,
Because I never
like
really
she's
hear of her. I never really hear of her.
in a lot of the adaptations, they put her together with Sherlock as like the only woman that can match him, and therefore the only woman he respects, and therefore the only woman that he can love. When I'm fairly sure
Okay.
in the original, Sherlock was just asexual, pretty much.
Yeah, pretty sure that's the case. And also in the original, Irene actually has a fiance she gets with
Hmm.
at the end of her story. So yeah, Sherlock and Irene Adler were not a thing in the original Arthur Conan Doyle stories, but a lot of adaptations played her up as the love interest for some fucking reason. I
Yeah.
don't fucking
I
know.
don't know.
But yeah, like again, this was so. I mean, pretty much every one of the Moriarty brothers' schemes are so well done, but this one was especially well done, because they had well, Albert gave Irene the name James Moriarty, and then Irene gave it to Sherlock. In the event that Irene was killed. The clever thing about that is that's very non-specific because all three brothers are called James, and yet none of them are called James.
Mm-hmm.
That really wouldn't help Sherlock at all. Because James Moriarty, the actual person, does not exist. It is the three brothers, acting in unison that are James Moriarty.
What's also fun is that we get the quote-unquote confirmation that Irene Adler dies, but Sherlock immediately doubts that, and because right before he gets this news, he has an encounter with someone who's clearly not Irene Adler, and he then winds up burning the note that Irene gave him. I think partially because that, and partially because he doesn't want the game to be given away so easily.
Oh yeah, for sure. Because that's the thing that is ever enduring about Sherlock Holmes is he wants the challenge, and Moriarty is pretty much the only person who can give it to him.
Basically.
I mean, we also get a good bit of blackmail on Sherlock's brother Mycroft as well, which was a really good scene.
Now, who'd have thought that Robespierre was somehow related to the Holmes family?
Robespierre?
Robespierre, the mastermind behind the French Revolution of the
Yeah,
late
I know what you're talking about.
1700s.
I'm just kind of shocked.
Yeah.
It makes sense in context.
What was his actual name? Something like Holmesingford or something like that?
Carringford, aka the original name that the author was going to give Sherlock Holmes,
Ah. The
which
people
is
the people
kind of a clever usage of that
yeah,
name.
the people behind this have clearly done their research into the OG Holmes
This is based off of
stories.
a manga, remember?
Yeah, no,
Yeah, this
that's
is
what
a
I mean. The manga author or authors have clearly done the research as well. Um, but yeah, so that was the first arc, which was 3 episodes, which is probably the longest arc Moriarty has done, I think, so far.
Yeah, every other arc was 2 episodes,
Now
except
we
for the first episode, which was just a one-episode
yeah
arc.
yeah, and now we get on to the Jack the Ripper storyline. So as I said, I've done because it was part of an assignment that I had to do. We had to make a poster about Jack the Ripper as well as a book about it. And then very interestingly, one of the things that I focused on was the Whitechapel Vigilance Committee,
Ooh,
who
sounds fancy.
in this episode were the ones shooting at the police. I don't believe in history that they did that, but they were very much not working alongside the police, because what they did in real life is, against the advice of the police and other officials, they offered a reward for information about Jack the Ripper, and all it got them was a bunch of fake witnesses who wanted the money.
Yeah, that makes sense.
They also employed a pair of detectives called Legrand and Batchelor, who were not particularly competent. They were not seen as very good in history terms. The other thing I want to mention, this is nothing to do with the episode, but this is the story that I always love to tell about Jack the Ripper. Because the other thing that I focused on was letters that the public wrote to the police, and there was one fucking letter that is so genuinely insane that I don't know what this woman was thinking of when she wrote it to the police, because she accused not a man, not a woman, but a large animal of the ape species that belonged to some wild beast show.
The fuck?
She asserted that there were a number of wild animals being kept in London, being allowed an extraordinary amount of liberty. It's so insane.
Sometimes truth really is stranger than fiction.
I know.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's just so insane. Who the fuck thought that a fucking ape was Jack the Ripper?
I don't fucking
Oh
know.
god, it's so fucking dumb and I love it. It's so fucking dumb and I love it. I managed. We had to put like a question or an answer box with a question at our display as well, and I managed to convince the rest of my group to make it, was Jack the Ripper an ape? No, sorry, no, that's not what I did. What I managed to do, I think our question, because we were doing the police response to it, our question was, do you think the police did all they could to catch Jack the Ripper? What I managed to do was convince a friend to put on his answer slip, no, because clearly they weren't investigating the wild beast shows infesting London at the time. I just didn't want to imagine my one of my lecturers having to read that and going, what the fuck is this about? It's still it genuinely one of my like I love history because I love finding out about the stupid bits of history. That's one of my favorite facts to pull out because it's so fucking insane. But anyway, back to Moriarty.
So there's actually not a lot of focus on the Jack the Ripper killings in the first episode of the arc.
Because
It's much more focused on just like developing James Bond.
Developing the rapport between James Bond and the rest of the team, yeah.
And also introducing the OG Jack the Ripper, who is not the serial killer, but a veteran of the Anglo-Afghan War who also mentored the Moriarty brothers.
Fun fact.
And he's also an old...
Yeah, fun fact, in real life, Jack the Ripper probably didn't call himself Jack the Ripper. Like, it was just probably some random dude writing letters to the newspaper who then picked it up. Almost certainly, in fact.
Yeah.
That sounds more like it. Sounds more like something that he would be dubbed.
I mean, that's the thing. Nobody knows who the fuck Jack the Ripper was. If anyone says, "Oh, I know who Jack the Ripper was," they're fucking lying. There's no...
Yeah.
Nobody at the time got close.
Or they're Dr. fucking Who.
Yeah, nobody at the time got anywhere fucking close to it.
Yeah,
not even the fucking
of guesses.
Yeah, not even the insane woman who accused the apes. Can't get over
We have
it.
only the vaguest guesses as to who Jack the Ripper really was.
Yeah. Oh god.
I know he was not a vampire who encountered a JoJo.
No, he was not that either.
No.
At least probably. I can't rule out anything because we don't fucking know.
Oh, sorry. Something else that I did was I did a timeline. It just tickles me how I've worded it. For the final victim, which was found in like worse condition than any of the other victims, the woman's inquest was held, and it returned a verdict of, funnily enough, murder. Having, found a mutilated corpse that clearly had been cut upon. How strange that a verdict of murder was returned. Anyway, yeah, Moriarty. I mean, we obviously don't know how the rest of this arc is going to go, but let's be real, it's going to end with either OG Jack the Ripper or maybe even Lewis or James Bond slicing the fuck out of fake Jack the Ripper.
Oh, absolutely.
Fake murdering Jack the Ripper, like. And it's honestly like as I've said before, like the Sherlock stories have been good, but what I really love with Moriarty is just the solo Moriarty stories, and I'm looking forward to getting another one of those by the looks of things.
Oh yeah. This is just such a good show.
I mean, just the sheer fucking menace William gets is just so fucking fantastic. Really is. I mean, Moriarty's Part 2, I believe, is the 4th highest ranked show on Mal at the moment.
Of the season?
I think it's...
Of the season, yeah.
I think it's in the top 5 this season. Let me check.
Yes, top 5.
Top
yeah,
4.
The
it's
top
4th,
5 is like...
I believe.
No. Yeah, it's in the top
4.
5.
It's number 4.
It's number 4. To talk about the top 5 a bit, you have like it's one of only 5 shows that are above an 8 on Mount, and they're all like pretty locked. It's pretty locked in the top 5 unless it really drops off. But then like after top 5, you have like 4 shows within like within like less than like 0.3 of one another. Like the rest of the top, like 4 shows within like 0.03.
Sorry,
of one another.
I'm just looking at what else William's voice actor has done. And, oh Jesus, what a contrast, because he also voiced Cry for Help Boy in X-Arm.
Oh my god.
Wait, really?
Yeah. Oh, that's never dying.
Oh, Soma Saito. I recognize him.
Yeah.
He's in the loves. He's in
Wait.
a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
Oh, Soma Saito. Okay.
He was Alan of Pyronmon.
Mm-hmm.
That's crazy.
I
Yep.
wonder what else he did. I don't recognize a lot of these roles.
He was in Darling in the Franks too.
Who the fuck was he in Darling in the Franks? Let me just sort by
9
popularity.
Alpha. He was 9 Alpha.
Oh, he was that guy.
But yeah,
Okay.
like as long as Funimation will actually let me fucking watch Moriarty, because oh boy did it take me a while to be actually able to be watch the last 2 episodes. I'm going to continue enjoying Moriarty because it's so fucking good. It really is. Like, Jesus, give it a watch, please. I'm begging people who haven't watched it to give it a watch.
Yeah, I will.
Because it is so good. And it's
it's one of the highest rated shows of the season.
Yeah,
and it's a pretty stacked season in general. So.
And its manga is actually getting released on Viz at the moment, periodically.
Oh yeah. That's neat. That's great. So.
But moving on from one popular sequel to another, My Hero Academia Season 5.
Okay.
It's very rare that you get Season 5 of a popular show.
I mean, it's Hiroaka. I mean, it's basically just a long run, except they're cutting it into different seasons. Which is nice.
it's pretty much the Kickstarter of the new generation of shonen.
Yeah, basically, it's the oldest one of that of the new guard.
Yeah, it's the oldest one, which you could say like the new gen. I could see that. At least in terms of Shonen Jump, because after that, Black Clover, Demon Slayer, Jujutsu Kaisen. Okay.
Yeah, I think the next oldest is Black Clover, but My Hero.
Yeah, Hiroaka started in 2014, and then Black Clover 2015. No, I was talking about the manga. In the anime.
Oh, the manga.
It's like Hiroaka.
The anime Hiroaka was 2016. That's what I was thinking. Yeah.
Yeah, and then the anime for Black Clover is 2017, and then Demon Slayer is 2019. So, but yeah,
talking about Hiroaka just reminded me, Koni, your favorite voice actor Daiki Yamashita is in 86.
I don't know if he's my favorite voice actor. He's just the first one I could recognize.
Well, he's definitely in 86. He's definitely in 86 because I recognized him as well.
Yeah, he's apparently in 86. He's also in Blue Period, which is coming up. He was also in Horimiya too.
But anyway.
Okay.
So, by the fact that our screenshot is Momo making a cannon, because bitches love cannons.
Bitches love cannons. Yeah.
They do indeed love cannons.
Did you guys watch like the most recent episode? I mean,
yes.
I didn't, but I know. I didn't,
but I read the manga, so I could basically know. I could talk about what happens.
Yeah, this screenshot is from the most recent episode.
So I think what was it? This episode covered the end of that group's fight.
Yeah, the second group's fight. Can we talk about Mushroom Girl?
Mushroom Girl is fucking OP. Like, Jesus Christ.
Honestly,
when I read what she did in the manga, it's like it doesn't seem like an ability that does much until she grows mushrooms inside your neck, and I'm just like, oh god.
I mean, that's some fucking horror shit right there.
But this fight also had my favorite Class B character. Fucking manga.
I was gonna say, is it manga?
Oh yeah.
I fucking love that dumb shit.
He just makes sounds. He just makes sounds, and it just pops up, and that's great.
I fucking love him.
His head is literally a manga panel.
Yeah.
I just love it.
Manga page, it's got a bunch of panels on it.
So fucking hilarious.
Yeah.
The only person who has a funnier head is the fucking dude who has a Lego brick for a head.
Ah, Cementos. Okay.
No, not Cementos. There is a student who appears. When is it in terms of the anime? It's post Deku Bakugo second fight and pre overhaul.
So one of the background characters.
Yeah, one of the background characters who I think
I remember what you're talking about.
Who I think is like a second or third year, something like that, probably.
Yeah.
Like he's
I
just
know
got a
what you're
fucking
talking
Lego
about.
brick for a head, I think, if I remember correctly. It's just fucking dumb. But that's Horikoshi in a nutshell.
Yeah.
I mean,
I mean,
yeah,
it's very much. It's. I mean, this. Honestly, I gotta be honest. This is one of the weaker arcs of the series. For well, like I enjoy it. Some people don't. I personally enjoy it, but just like I'm kind of more excited for like upcoming arcs, to be honest, or like some of the upcoming battles. The first battle had Kaminari.
Mm.
Um,
I
and that
mean,
was pretty good.
this arc is sort of a necessity because it's the first actually school-based thing they've done for a while, and
I mean,
in
not
a
really. I mean, was it? Because like before then, no, because like before this was the Pro Hero arc, and then before that was the school festival.
yeah,
It's just been a
it's
year though, so
it still feels like the first actually lesson thing that they've done for a while then on
yeah,
screen
yeah.
because clearly they've
It's
been
nice to see like it's nice to see like Class 1B actually like get some more focus and see what they can do.
that as well.
The Hero Aka fan base is kind of weird because like they complain a lot about the supporting cast not getting any moments to shine, but
Then
arcs like
complain
this
when they do.
that are focused on the supporting cast, they complain about those too.
Yeah,
Because like
No, my
oh, the
biggest
battles
thing,
are
no,
happening. Grr, grr.
my big issue with Hiraka is more like as if like it has so many characters that I consider interesting that like how are you gonna go and like not enough screen time to develop them all.
yeah,
Like there's so many characters I could name basically almost all of Class 1A. I like their designs and they have really fun. They're all really fun and have really interesting personalities. But it's like that's 20 characters, and that's just the students.
yeah.
And not talking about the teachers and other pro heroes and the villains. And it's like that's a lot of characters.
Yeah.
He's really good at giving distinct designs and like likable personalities, but like too much. Too many characters
He sort of gave himself too much to do by making the class size 20.
Yeah, like I can. There's other shows that I think do this better. I think handle like their cast better, which we'll talk about. But still,
But yeah,
again, Hiraka. It's just because Hiraka's cast is really fun, and I want to know more about them. So it just I always lament that.
But yeah, the one thing that I do want to mention from the most recent episode that I watched, which I believe was episode 91 or 92. I think it might have been 92.
Oh yeah, you watched this dubbed. So
Yes, I do.
92 was the dub episode that came out today.
Okay, then it's 91 because I haven't watched today's
Okay.
episode. But it's the joke that I've made on Discord twice now to no response. But fucking Shinso going, "I'm not here to make friends," and you can imagine that in Izuku's head,
Oh yeah,
it's just
Deku was like challenge accepted.
challenge accepted,
Yep.
and Todoroki will be going, "Good fucking luck with that."
Good luck with that.
These
Good
people
luck
will
with that.
these people will not let you not be friends. I
He
know.
will not let you. He will break his fucking arm. He will break his arms again. Yes.
Deku, I will break as many bones as it takes for you to be my friend.
Wait, my bones? No, mine.
Oh, my bones. Why? I really want to rewatch the entire series and just talk about it.
I mean, on the subject of Shinso's like inevitability of becoming friends with Class 1A students, there is a fan fiction that I've written that's called "Friendship is Inevitable," and is just about Shinso becoming friends with Class 1A. And like the summary is like Aizawa going, "Shinso said he didn't want to become friends with Class 1A, but that's just what fucking that's what Bakugo, who now has a squad named after him, and Todoroki, who now follows Midoriya around like a puppy, said, and look where it got them. Good luck with that, Shinso. Good luck with that.
Yeah.
It ain't happening."
Speaking of Shinso, it's pretty nice that he's like back again. Also, he's got this if I remember correctly, he has like this pretty interesting device where he could change his voice.
Yeah.
But it still has the properties of his quirk, so you can it's like he could fool people into thinking he's talking to someone else.
That's
and
the
then he gives
really
Michael-
that's the really stupid thing about the entrance exam, because Shinso has the ability to be a more effective hero than probably a good 80 to 90% of both classes.
It's an entrance exam. Not everyone's gonna. Not
He's
everyone's
definitely
gonna
better than, say, fucking Mineta.
But just imagine, like, a lot of most of the arcs that like our main characters, struggled with and fought with. How many of them could have been ended in an instant by Shinso's quirk?
So many.
Alright.
US,
very-
Although the
USJ
although
probably
the-
wouldn't. USJ probably wouldn't. Sports Festival, he nearly
Stain
fucking won.
definitely- Stain
Stain would have
definitely-
ended in a fucking instant because Stain didn't shut up the entire time.
Yeah.
Start the League of Villains attack probably. If Shinso could have caught All for One in his quirk, like, oh my god.
It's
Although
kind
the
of
thing
a
about
broken-ass
Shinso-
quirk.
The thing about Shinso, is that, I mean, his whole story is basically like, oh, he wants to be a hero, but his quirk is more associated with villains, so everyone kind of looks at him funny for it, and he's not really, like, kind of doubted for like, he
But-
brainwashes people. That's
yeah.
not exactly. It's good. It's like bad powers, good people. That's his whole That's his whole thing.
But he is becoming a hero
That's the
for the
trope.
best reasons, which is spite.
Spite.
Fuck
It's
all
nice
y'all
that
who
he
call
gets-
me a
it's
villain,
nice that
I'm gonna be a
he's
hero.
Getting, like, it's nice that he's getting taken in by like Aizawa, and like he's been training and behind Shadow because he was a popular character, so it's nice to see him return and
No,
actually
he's
do
very
shit.
very popular character. In fact, in
Yeah,
the vast majority of fan fictions that I read, he replaces Mineta almost immediately.
he's always because I don't know when people always say that like he's gonna join like 1A. I think it was said I don't know when it was said, but like it was said that he was gonna join Class 1A. So like he was gonna. Everyone thought he had to replace someone for it, so they just replaced Mineta.
Understandable.
It's understandable. Yeah.
Like you've got one section of fan fictions that have Shinso replace Mineta partway through the year. Then you've got another section of fan fiction in which Mineta never exists in the first place, and Shinso is just automatically in 1A.
Yeah.
Valid.
No one likes Mineta.
No
no
one likes Mineta, honestly.
I mean, it's probably. I mean, there's always a couple people, but still.
I
I just
will
find
say,
him a bit of a
the-
waste because, like, he has some
Mineta-
potential, but-
Mineta is funny.
and his quirk isn't
When Team
exactly
4-Star writes
useless.
him.
Oh wait, has Team 4-Star written? I don't know how.
TFS
They hero arc
TFS
in 5 minutes.
Yeah, TFS did a hero arc.
Oh,
in
they
season
did.
1 in
Oh,
5
they did
minutes.
one of those.
Yeah.
I need to watch that then. 'cause I
Watch
didn't
it.
do that.
It's
It's
very
hilarious.
very good. It's hilarious.
I didn't know they did one of those. I'm gonna have to watch that now.
Their take on Mineta is funny as
Yeah. It's
I
like-
mean,
no,
I've
because the only thing I've heard about that was like in Kaiser's Beastars video, where he just has Mineta's head over the fork from Toy Story 4. He goes, "I'm trash." It's just. Yeah.
I
got
still
that.
I still think my favorite joke in that was All Might saying, "Here, my hair. Deku eats it. I didn't tell you why to eat it. I'm a really big fan." It's just like, Jesus Christ.
Christ.
Yeah, no, go watch that. It's great.
Yeah, I'll watch it after this.
But yeah, these fights are interesting because they've all the competitors have interesting powers, and it's always interesting to see how
Yeah,
they
how
both
they
coexist and
interact.
how they do against each other. 'Cause
Yeah.
you wouldn't think a fucking mushroom sprouting quirk would be that good, but holy shit, did it dominate that match?
Yeah, she's
That's
honestly
a
probably my
broken-ass
favorite. She's
power.
honestly one of my top 3 favorite character from 1B. Honestly, Mushroom Girl. She's just pretty interesting.
Doesn't she also like
Pretty
just
true.
keep spouting mushroom puns?
Yeah. Also love how that her design is basically just like a red, just basically just the Mario, She's a fucking toad, essentially. At least I like Hero's design. Just reminds me of Mario. But
But
I mean,
anyway,
Hiraka's Hiraka. You either watch it or you're not watching it. So
yeah, I mean at this point, yeah, you're either watching it or you're never gonna watch it because there's 5 fucking seasons of it.
yeah. Anyway, we can move on to Odd Taxi now.
Odd
This
Taxi.
is an interesting one.
Odd Taxi is such a strange show, but it's so good.
I mean,
As-
it is
as I
called
was-
Odd Taxi.
As I was saying to Coney before the stream, I think part of what is fueling a lot of people's like for it is the fact that in general a lot of anime falls into the same sort of vague cookie cutter shapes, and
Yeah.
Odd Taxi very much does not. This is a very atypical anime, and it's
It has
and
a
it's
lot
for the
of.
better.
It also has a lot of intrigue, and I mean, different doesn't always equal better, but like it's certainly more interesting. It has a lot. A lot of people are paying attention to it more. There's a lot more intrigue about it. People are like theorizing stuff.
I mean, I can't remember it.
Um,
I can't remember if I'd realized this by the time of the premiere stream, but the kid from episode 1, who does show up periodically throughout, who is trying to go viral. They whoever's doing the show made a genuine Twitter account for that guy and has been tweeting for months
Yeah,
and
I've
tweeting in
seen that.
character, and they actually have from months ago the tweet with the picture that he takes in episode 1, just so fucking cool.
That
Oh,
is
you need
brilliant.
to send me that then.
It's the
Because I'm probably
exact
gonna watch
same.
Odd Taxi if I drop. I'm gonna
fucking
watch Odd
tweet.
Taxi if I drop something else,
Yeah,
and I need to see that tweet because that is insane.
that is so fucking well done, and I love it. See if I can find it on Discord.
But yeah, it's like I've been noticing it's just been rapidly rising up the charts in terms of rating. Like I think it was at like 7.6 something last week, and now it's at 7.73. So like it's definitely grabbing attention from all over, from like everywhere.
Yeah.
But again, it's an original show, so it's gotta really deliver on its ending. So
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's definitely interesting at the moment. I mean, Otokawa, again, very atypical protagonist. Very atypical. I mean, I think this the screenshot is probably one of the scenes in which he shows the most emotion. Because usually he is just dour-faced and deadpan.
Yeah, no, the cast and the show in general is really good though.
So yeah, so I've just gone on the Twitter account for the hippo dude. He sent the tweet that was in episode what, or the tweet was sent that was in episode 1, 10th of October 2020.
Holy shit!
shit.
Hot damn!
So they've had this planned for a while.
I mean, most anime production takes a lot. Takes months, if not years.
But
And
just
it usually take years if you want to be good.
yeah.
Yeah.
But just like the forethought to do that
Yeah.
is just really fucking great.
Yeah, it's one of those things that makes the show more interesting.
But
Lots of good
I mean,
shows featuring animals.
what we have to
Animals,
talk about.
like anthropomorphic animals, have a pretty good track record. Honestly, what I see, Odd
Well-
Taxi. I hear B&A was good. Beastars.
Why do you pronounce it like that?
What? Beastars?
Beastars. You say Beastars.
I don't know. It just sounded natural, I guess. Beastars.
Thank you.
Okay.
But what we have to talk about is episode 4's utter evisceration of Gotcha.
Oh, so I've heard. Yeah.
Episode 4
Utter
is just one
evisceration.
long, drawn out. It like the first half of the episode doesn't even touch on Gotcha, but once it gets to Gotcha, it's like, fuck.
I mean, again, it makes me glad that I got out of my Gotcha hole relatively intact. Meanwhile, you're still stuck in yours, Jack, and continue digging.
What are you playing? What are you playing, Jack?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
I believe his
we
main...
already-
The only two Gacha games I play are like Genshin Impact and Pokemon Masters. I haven't played those in weeks.
I only play 2 Gotcha games regularly, honestly. But one of them is FGO, so, you know.
But can I just say, the dude did not need to bid 100,000. Like, holy shit, he could have bet 10,000 and that probably would have won. Like, I was already shocked.
That's in yen, by the way.
I know that's in yen, but that's still a lot of fucking money.
Wait, how
no,
much?
that's
Wait,
like
how many?
1,000
How much yen?
dollars.
How much yen?
100,000 yen.
100,000 yen, which
On
is
a fucking eraser.
which is $1,000, I believe, about.
That's $915 currently.
Yeah,
That's
On an
still a whole-
eraser? What the
on
heck?
a fucking eraser. Yeah.
And the worst part is, the current bid at the time was about, what was it, like 5,000 yen?
Yes, it was 5,000 yen.
So he could have just gone up to like,
As I said, I was shocked enough when he went up to 10,000, like, holy shit, he doubled it. That's going to get him in so much trouble. And then he added the extra 0 and went, oh my god, this kid is going to die.
I was so scared when that went up so much. Holy shit.
Like, obviously, nothing can justify a parent beating a child, but holy shit, that's probably as close as you're going to get to a justification.
Okay, I don't think it'd be a justification, but like I could understand why a parent would be super pissed off.
Oh yeah, no, he's understandably pissed, but at the same time, like, again, no justification.
As I said,
beating
no,
the living
it
shit
doesn't
out of a
justify it,
kid.
but, you know,
Doesn't.
if you can
But
get
it's
close to justifying it, that's as good a reason as you're probably going to get. Spending
just
100,000
that, like-
yen on an eraser that didn't even arrive.
I need to
fun
know the
fact, that
context for this
eraser-
because damn.
Eraser is the same one that Shirakawa gives to Arakawa in the first episode.
Yeah.
Which is,
So this dude is going to be doubly pissed at Arakawa because in episode 3, when Arakawa was racing to meet up with Shirakawa, he nearly ran over a random pedestrian. As it turns out, that random pedestrian was the protagonist of episode 4, and in doing so, or in Arakawa nearly running him over and causing him to fall and drop his phone, the dude lost the
His
gacha,
super rare
the gacha
gacha
pull
pull.
that he'd been waiting years for.
Like, how did he lose it? Like,
His phone
the
dropped
phone
in
went into
water.
the drink.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the backup didn't have the pull.
What's hilarious is that this is like some Tarantino shit of just spending an entire episode focused on a character who appears for all of 5 seconds in the previous episode.
But you know who?
I've heard a bunch of Quentin Tarantino comparisons.
You know who I was most sad for in that episode, though? The bird.
Oh yeah, the bird.
Like, I'll be honest, the bird dying affected me more than most of the episode did.
The episode overall was still really rough.
Yeah, no, it was a not unwelcome, but also not sort of again, like I said last season with Egg, it's not the type of episode that I could watch and go, I really enjoyed that because of just how sort of depressing the subject material was.
I mean, there's
Hmm.
another show we could. There's another show we could talk about that. That's what.
Um,
Yeah, I really want to. Yeah, the more we talk about it, like the more we talk, especially this recent episode, the more I want to watch it. Hopefully,
Yeah.
I could. Yeah, because it's like,
Also, I
like
really
once it's,
loved the shot you picked, by the
mm,
way.
yeah. That was in response to Shirakawa showing off her capoeira moves,
Yeah.
which did not impress Otokawa.
so Odd Taxi comes out on Mondays, right?
Mm.
Yeah, Mondays are fairly stacked, actually. I think,
I think all
along
the
with
most.
Friday and Saturday, it's the most stacked day of the week.
So what I've got on Monday at the moment is Fruits Basket, obviously, Mars Red, Odd Taxi, and depending on how the discussion about it goes today, To Your Eternity.
To your turn.
Hmm.
Yeah, you have like three highly acclaimed shows.
Mm.
At least like three highly acclaimed shows on a Monday. That's
And
kind of
then Mars
insane.
Red.
And then Mars Red, which is like less talked about. I mean, it's nowhere near like it's no. I mean, it's not as like bad. It's not as bad as Saturday. We have like 8 to 10 shows airing
Mm.
throughout the fucking day, but still, it's pretty impressive.
Yeah. But
Um,
anyways, do you want to move on, or do you
yeah,
have
we can
anything
move
else to
on.
talk
We can
about?
move on to. Yeah, I'm definitely probably gonna watch this. I really want to watch this now.
Moving on to
Um,
Osamake.
This
yeah,
show
what you think of this?
I like it well enough so far. I do think all three of the main protagonists are kind of idiots, but that's partially because they are teenagers who still haven't figured things out for themselves, and I'm pretty sure it's a deliberate character flaw because of how episode 3 goes. But they are also pretty much all the main cast is to some degree likable, so that's nice. And one of my complaints in episode 1 that the main character targeting his first love for revenge feels really petty. Another character points that out to him in episode 3, and it's like, oh, so they did realize that he was just being a petty idiot. Okay,
Mm.
good. He gets called out for that. But yeah, basically in a nutshell, episode 3 ends with the love triangle imploding, not in with anyone getting together, but with everyone getting rejected because everyone is too focused on getting petty revenge for a past grievance, and so no
That
one wins.
kind of sounds funny.
But that's only 3 episodes in, so things can change in the future.
Yeah.
But it
No,
is
no, no, no.
a nice way to show, like, yeah, this is what happens when you focus more on getting revenge on than the actual positive aspects of your relationship. So yeah, these these children are idiots, but it'll be fun seeing them be idiots with each other some more.
Yeah.
Also, like, I actually like the idea of either one of the main girls getting with the main guy to the point where it's like, I honestly don't know which one they're gonna go with in the end. It's one of those kind of series where it's like a really balanced love triangle.
I don't know. From an outsider looking in, even though I'm gonna watch this eventually, uh, I'm betting everything on. Yeah, I'm betting everything on Kuroha, or
Character in the
the
image.
blonde hair girl. The blonde hair girl.
Yeah.
I mean, the one who was like, oh yeah, the one who was eventually like, not the one who the main character likes at first.
So fun
The one,
thing.
the blonde. I think I'm the blonde haired girl. I'll say blonde haired girl who's like, oh yeah, let's just get revenge on her by like fake dating or some shit. I'm like, yeah, this sounds like every fucking rom com, and like, it sounds like every fucking rom com I've read like this, and it always ends with those two getting together. So I'm like, yeah,
So fun. So funny thing. Spoilers, by the way. Big spoilers. But the title's going to be true regardless of which of the two girls he gets with.
Oh, I know
because
that.
the
I knew
first one
that. I knew
is
that going in.
also his childhood friend.
Yeah, I knew that going in. Like, that's like the one thing I knew going in because I accidentally spoiled myself on that. But I was like, ah, that's how it works. Okay, that's pretty. That's how it works. I
Like
don't know why I
my
didn't think of
one
that.
my one big gripe with the show is its production values, which are
Again, like
kind
they
of
really, I think
subpar.
it was kind of rushed into production
Oh,
from
it
what I hear.
definitely was. Like,
Because
didn't
it's a popular
first
light
novel come
novel,
out in
and rom-coms are
2019,
getting popular. Yeah,
which is a very fast turnaround for production. Like, for those of you who don't know, most anime productions take at least 3 years. So, like, at least 2 to 3 years,
the
unless they're like
original light novel came out in June of 2019.
that's less than 2 years ago.
That was less than 2 years ago. And like to
Yeah,
get an anime like that, to get an anime within 2 years,
that
like
generally does not happen to anything that isn't like a big shonen series.
yeah, unless you knew it was gonna be like popular from the start and you've already been working on it,
Like
like
Hero Aka also got an anime in like 2 years, but it's a Shonen Jump manga.
Shonen Jump manga for one thing, and again like hold on, when did Hiroaka came out? First,
Manga in 2014, anime in 2016.
no, I know that, but like first season came out in July 2014, and then the first season came out in April. Okay, so it's about the same time frame, but again,
You're also talking about Studio Bones, which has a lot of resources.
yeah, they
Dozukoma
do.
is a fairly large studio, but it's not nearly as big as Bones.
Yeah.
But yeah,
So,
production values aside, I think this is overall a fairly decent series. It's not going to win any awards or anything, but it's still
for sure.
enjoyable.
Yeah, it sounds like a show that could have been more popular. Like, it sounds like a show that would be like one of the more popular shows in like a weaker season. Well, I don't know
Oh
what
yeah.
would be a weaker season, but like, I
Well,
don't know what would.
there's also the unfortunate fact of it having one of the last premieres of the season as well.
Wasn't the last premiere of the season, but
One
like,
of the last.
yeah, but like for a new show, it is one of the last ones. Although it is one of the more popular shows, I think.
It's
112,000
really popular.
people
It's
on
one of
now.
the top. Yeah.
But like,
It's
not. But again, though, I feel like it'd be more popular in a weaker season or like a season where there isn't so much good shit. So maybe I don't know what a weaker season would be. The thing that comes to
well,
mind is like summer 2018,
that is the
but
weakest season I can remember watching.
that's the weakest season I can remember. So
Yeah. Beyond that,
it'll be it's a decent show in a series of
decent. It's not too
decent
bad.
to really good shows. So
It's worth
it'll
watching
probably
if you enjoy dumb rom coms.
yeah, it's a decent show in a
That
series of decent and to really good shows. So it'll probably like fly under the radar a bit. So we can move on.
hmm To one of Mill's favorite shows of the season.
Oh, I need to
clearly.
hear your opinion on this. Um,
I want to love this. There are parts of this
Okay.
that I love dearly because this has gone so fucking over the top, it's ridiculous. So, if you'll remember, the premiere was about the Pretty Boy Detectives Club trying to find a particular star for Mayumi Dojima. As it
right,
turned
yes.
out, it wasn't a star, it was a military satellite being shot down.
The fuck?
Yeah!
I don't know what exactly you said. I heard like satellite or some shit, but like
Military
I'm actually probably
satellite
gonna
was
watch this
shot down. Uh,
what?
and the people responsible for the satellite were now, or responsible for shooting down the satellite, I'm honestly not 100% sure, are now chasing Mayumi to try and basically silence her. So to get around that, they had Mayumi dress as a boy, except they apparently did too good of a job doing that. So you had the leader, Sotuin, dress as a girl as well, for some strange reason. Didn't work.
Why?
Didn't work. They got picked up. But then the Pretty Boy Detectives came out on top thanks to
Wait,
Hyota.
So what? Wait,
Hyota
why
the-
did what?
Hyota
So Sotuin dressed up as a girl?
Yes, had
Wait,
giant
so-
pigtails and everything.
So she dressed up as a girl. Why? I don't.
So
I'm probably gonna watch
Sotuin
this.
the
You know what, I'm gonna
boy
watch this
dressed
film.
up as a girl. Mayumi the girl dressed up as a boy.
I'm going to. I'm going. Okay. All I can say is, I'm gonna comment on that later. I'm going to comment on that later.
The Pretty Boy
Um,
Detectives Club came out on top
I'm going to comment
because
on that later.
Hyota the Adonis managed to keep up with a car on a bike.
What?
Yeah. And then the voice dude, I don't remember his name, but he's also student council president. What is his fucking name?
I don't know. They all look pretty much the fucking same to me, except for their hair now.
Nagahiro tricked the person who kidnapped them by basically disguising his voice as her minions, and they got arrested. That was the first arc, which took 3 episodes. The second arc, which just started today, the student council president of another school started an underground casino in one of the school gyms. The way you get invitations to that gym, or the way that the Pretty Boy Detectives Club got an invitation to that casino, is the student council president dropped a gigantic wad of 10,000 yen bills that turned out to be counterfeit, and in the middle of them had the invitation. And the episode ended. Oh, I haven't mentioned that at the end of the first arc, Mayumi decided to go full Oren, and is now basically dressing as, and I believe is considered, a boy, which, you know, pretty nice trans representation if that's what it's meant to be, which I can only hope is the case.
I mean, I think anime feminists hope that was the case.
I'm going to get to what
Okay,
anime
then.
feminists said, because I also have similar concerns.
Okay.
But Mayumi's quirk is that her eyes are so good she can see through stuff, and are so good that it's actually putting a strain on her body, and she will go blind if she uses it too much. And her glasses don't actually help her focus that, but actually blunt its power.
Okay, so it's literally just a spoiler character from Demon Slayer.
Yes. However,
Okay.
as I said, I do agree with the strident criticisms that anime feminist has for this show, which is Hyota the Adonis.
Too much leg.
Yeah, far too much leg for, I think, an 11-year-old.
He
Far,
11?
I think so.
Nah.
Far
Hell
too much
no.
leg.
Oh, he's a first-year middle schooler. Oh.
Yeah.
God. Oh no.
No.
Yeah.
Oh boy. They even make him a high schooler. What the heck?
Yeah. And then Nagahiro, the white-haired guy, is in an arranged marriage with a first grader.
Yeah, I remember seeing something about that.
Yeah,
It
I heard
is-
about something about that.
It is implied by what the others say that he likes the situation, but he himself denies it. So I personally am gonna side on the optimistic side of that one and say that he is not a lolicon, but we'll
It's
have to
Nisio
see.
Isin. I mean, the original light novel is written by like Nisio Isin, right?
Mm.
Or like the manga's
Uh,
written by Nisio Isin,
But yes,
who
I'm
does Monogatari.
I have seen worse age gaps in arranged marriages in anime, believe it or not.
but yes, I want to love Pretty Boy Detective Club. I so want to, but it is holding me back massively. I'm probably going to watch this to the end regardless, assuming it doesn't go ridiculously awful. At the moment, I am content to do what I do in other fan service heavy shows, which is just cover up the screen that's showing it. If it gets too bad, then yes, I will be forced to drop it, but I really don't want to. This this should be good. This really should be.
Yeah, because I've heard very mixed opinions. Like I know the friend I was talking about who really likes Thunderbolt Fantasy, like she dropped the show within like 2 episodes.
Yeah.
So she dropped this particular show within 2 episodes. Well, actually, no. Why did I say she? He's a guy. It's actually trans. God damn it! I don't know. Confused now.
Oh,
Sorry.
that's fine.
But yes, I want to love this show. I really do. I mean, just the fucking dress sense in the most recent episode. Uh, I want to love it, but I am being held back. Fingers crossed they tone down the 11-year-old fan service. Fingers so very crossed. But
I don't know. It's Nisio
we will
Isin,
see.
So
Moving on to Saint's Magic Power.
okay.
Now, remember earlier when I said there was an isekai you might actually like this season, Mill?
Still not
This is
watching
that
it.
one.
Still not watching it.
I know. You're gonna wait for it to be over before you even touch it.
I may not even touch it.
It's
That's
isekai.
fair.
I don't think Mil doesn't really like it. Mil doesn't want to touch isekai anymore.
I want a break
Too
from
much.
isekai for a few seasons.
Well, you're gonna have to wait because Slime It comes next season.
Oh, good point. There is slime. Slime doesn't
Slime's
count.
next season.
New isekai. New isekai.
New isekai. I
That's
don't think
fair.
any new isekai is gonna be popular.
Not for a
I
while.
say that, and then they'll
Actually,
probably
no.
they'll
Next
probably-
season actually is going to be introducing a fairly popular one, but we'll get to that later.
Okay.
Just look at Mal. It's one of the highest ones of the new show list.
Of the new show list? I mean, not sequels.
It's the highest one that isn't a sequel. For summer. not for spring.
Oh, that one. Oh, yeah. I'm actually excited for that one.
Anyways, this one though is actually pretty good. It's much more low-key slice of life than most other isekais though. That said, a lot of it is focused largely on Sei, the main character, and her just learning to get by in the world she's been transported in, as well as like the quote-unquote mystery of her being the titular saint when the girl she was summoned alongside gets declared a saint by the jackass prince. But that mystery doesn't really stay a mystery because both Sei and several of the other characters pretty quickly figure it out on their own by episode 4. And to compound that, Sei basically exposes herself as probably the saint when she decides to heal a whole company of wounded soldiers. Hidden identity be damned. So yeah, that's it's really an interesting show, and also like I do appreciate the dynamic Sei is building up with her primary love interest in the show because it's pretty clear that Sei is at least somewhat oblivious to the fact that he's into her. At the same time, they do have a nice rapport with each other, and the relationship is building really nicely. Though it's not overtaking the plot, which is also nice. You guys gonna say anything?
I mean, I have nothing to say about this show.
I don't really
I
have much
haven't
to
watched
say. I
it.
do plan on watching it.
Yeah.
I don't.
I do want to watch it though, at least.
I will also say episode 2 introduces a another female character who Sei befriends, which is also one of my biggest criticisms of the show in the pilot episode was that Sei was the only prominent female character with any lines.
Hmm.
So having another lady friend to bounce off of was very welcome.
Mm.
But yeah, this is a fairly good show, and it's better than the Isekai curve is. It's above the curve for Isekai, which not a high bar, I know, but it's still enjoyable enough for what it is.
Probably the best isekai this season. Or the best new isekai this season. I don't know.
Not a high bar.
Not a high bar. Yeah, again, not a high bar.
So
But-
move on
Yeah.
We shall move on.
to Shadow's house.
I have not watched the most recent episode of this.
I've
But this
heard
is very good.
concerns. I've heard concerns about the most recent episode, because apparently they skipped the character introduction that was in the manga, but apparently the character wasn't really all that relevant. But everyone's paranoid because it's Cloverworks, and you
Yeah.
saw what happened last season.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that was unfortunate. But other than that, I hear it's really good. One of the more underrated shows this season. I thought this was gonna be like, I thought this was gonna be the show that was gonna be underrated or like highly rated, like underwatched, but like the people who do watch it really love it. I didn't expect there'd be more shows like that, but
I mean, this is a really stacked season, and it's not getting as many views as some other shows is a consequence of it being a stacked season.
also it airs on Saturday.
That does not help it.
So,
At all.
how many people are watching Shadow's House on now? It should have a high rate, relatively high.
70,000.
Yeah, it's not a lot. That's not a lot.
It's just below Mars Red and just above Snow White Notes.
Yeah, it's not a lot.
Snow White Notes is at 69,000. Nice.
Nice.
Huh, neat. Oh, it's at 69,000? Oh, I guess it didn't update then.
Anyways, Shadow's House is pretty good, though, I will say. I love the gothic, the Victorian aesthetic of it. Like, it's really neat to see, like, gothic horror aesthetic in an anime, because you don't really see it all that often in the medium, you know? But I really don't know what to say about this one, because this feels like it's still in its setup phase for all the mystery and lore stuff that will get unveiled later, you know? How mystery shows tend to be, really.
Yeah.
I mean, I would say out of the shows that I am not watching and haven't or don't maybe plan to watch, so not including like Vivi and To Your Eternity, Shadow's House is probably the one I regret not watching at the moment.
I've been planning on watching this, I just haven't gotten around to it. Again, it's I kind of have a feeling it'd be like underrated, but so I'm not really surprised that not a lot of people are watching it, but I'm just glad it seems to be very good.
Yeah.
So do you want to move on?
Yeah,
Yeah, we
we'll
can
move
move
on to Slem.
Slime, more slime.
So 4
Freaks.
episodes down. 2 out of 4, I'd say, for me. Episodes 2 and 3 were very good. In fact, I very much enjoyed episodes 2 and 3. Episode 4 was an excuse for fan service, and I hated it.
Fucking rip Gobta, though.
Gobta has been the one consistent bit of comedy that I have enjoyed throughout this show.
I forget.
Yeah,
I forget who Gabuto was again. Was he like the
On the
One
right.
on the
See,
right-hand
You're on the
side.
right of the picture.
Goblin on the right-hand side of the screenshot.
Oh yeah, the comic relief guy.
Yeah.
Comic relief goblin. Oh, so was this a beach episode? Was episode 4 a
Yep.
beach episode?
Yes,
Each
it was.
episode, yep.
I'm assuming it's
okay,
pretty
so
much
it's
the
just-
same episode as that Beach OVA that I didn't watch.
Oh, there was a
I
beach
don't,
OVA. There was a beach OVA. Oh,
I don't think they're the same, but at the same time, like, I would not be surprised.
wouldn't be surprised.
However, I do think it is what's the word?
Slime has annoying frequency of leering at its female characters.
Yeah, that is the biggest issue.
And that
It's
very much
not
came to the
usually
fore
that bad
in
here.
that very much came
But,
to the fore in episode 4. But
Yeah.
as I said, episode 2 and 3, because my big issue with episode 1 is that it just kept jumping around and there didn't seem to be any sort of
Through line.
any sort of through line. Episodes 2 and 3 had distinct through lines, and that's what made them enjoyable. They all followed on from each other, and it made sense going through the story. Episode 4 also did that, but just had terrible subject matter.
Mm-hmm. Episode 4 also, like, I wish that we got more focus on Sokka in an episode that wasn't just fan service pandering.
I wish we got more focus on Sokka in the main story.
True. Yeah, she's a fun character when we actually get to see focus on her, but that doesn't happen that often.
Oh, Gabiru. Oh, Gabiru's younger. Oh, yeah, she does
Gabiru,
show. Yeah,
Gabiru's sister, who you can't tell is his sister, because she became humanized while he stayed a lizard man, because fan service.
yeah, because you gotta sell those cute girls. You gotta sell those cute girls.
Mm-hmm.
That's what makes the show
Sure.
popular.
Sure thing.
Yep.
That's definitely it.
But yeah,
I mean, it's
yeah,
so
yeah,
it's basically
genuinely,
slice of life slime.
it is. But yeah, episode 2 and 3, I did really like. I liked fucking fucking Geld getting a lot of attention as well.
Gelf getting attention was really nice.
Like,
he is so soft.
Yeah.
It's nice to see him just be soft.
I also loved they made the fucking Dryad the bartender.
That was funny, yeah.
That's always a great way to end the episode with Rimuru and Trainee. I got the letters right, just in the wrong order. Rimuru and Trainee just discussing what had happened throughout the day or two.
It's really
yeah. Though I do have one more question. Why does Hakuro have a mustache?
I don't fucking know. It's an art style thing, okay?
Look, there's
all I
art
can
style.
guess.
Like, I can accept him looking less like withered the way he does in the main story, because yes, that's an art style thing. Why did they just give him a mustache?
I don't know. I honestly don't know. All I do know for certain is that the author of the Slime Diaries manga is different from the author of the actual Slime manga and light novels.
As I say, it's just something that I can't help but notice every time he's on screen, and wonder, why does he have a mustache? He doesn't have a mustache in the main story. Maybe this is a short-lived thing he grew for the summer. I don't know.
Mustache. Yeah.
Also the running gag of in episode 3, I think it was, of the blacksmith making something for Gobta thinking it'd be a weapon, but then it just turned out to be a plow or a hoe.
Uh,
But yeah, like, genuinely, episodes 2 and 3 I did like. And I'll probably like episode 5 as long as it stays away from the beach.
yeah, probably.
Okay. Beach episodes usually only happen like once.
I know.
Season.
But it's also
So-
slime, and as I said, it has an annoying frequency to leer at its female characters, so I wouldn't bet on it doing another beach episode.
You
Or I
have a
wouldn't bet
complicated
against it.
relationship with. I notice you have a complicated relationship.
I
with
have a
slime.
very complicated relationship with slime because there are aspects of it that I absolutely adore, and it doesn't focus on them enough.
Mm.
Yeah,
my
the
taste.
complicated relationship thing is understandable.
Yeah, I want them to do more Civ shit.
I don't.
This shit is really good.
You don't.
I
Why?
like the action portions of slime, and that's why I
No,
get
I like them
disappointed
too,
so.
actually.
That's why I get
I'm just
disappointed
like-
so
I just think
often.
The Civ makes it really unique. I just more. The action's actually pretty good. If it supplements the Civ shit too. Anyway, we can move on to something better. Another Underwatch show.
Quad S Dynazenon.
Dino-Xenon! Dino-Xenon!
So yeah,
Jack
I
watching this.
watched this and I liked it. Actually, I believe I have figured out why I don't like mecha in general.
Yeah, you were talking about this. You said that.
Let me, because mecha fights tend to be big flashy fights with lots of explosions and not much intricate fighting. And I don't like that style of fight. I don't like the DBZ style of fight. I like intricate
Yeah.
fights and like I like the Jujutsu Kaisen style of fight. Except in
Well, if you wanna
Gosho
see
out of
mechs
that.
punch each other.
I like punchy stuff, okay? I
Yeah. Okay.
I don't deny that. I also think that there's a sense of disconnect from danger between in that it's the robots getting hurt rather than the people.
It depends on the mech show.
It
Stuff
does
like,
it does
some of
depend
the
on the mech show.
Some of the Gundam
depends
shows
on
are a
the mech
lot
show.
more
Sometimes-
more visceral and it's like,
Mm.
oh yeah,
Yeah.
you can actually die in these mechs.
But yeah, again, it's a
Yeah,
case
I think
of
even Darling and the Franks was like that. Even
I know
that.
I knew you can die in the mechs, but you know it's the mechs taking the damage, and it just doesn't look as bad. Like,
Doesn't look as dangerous because unless you see like. the
like
people
to
in the
give
cockpit
to
get
give an
hurt.
example, one of my favorite fights of, 2019, I believe it was, 2019, or was it 2020? 2020.
What show are you talking about, though?
Was the fight between Norisago and the Challenger. Because that
Oh,
was
yeah.
Oh,
so...
Akudama Drive.
No, that's ID
Invaded.
Invaded. Because that was
Oh, it
so
invaded. Oh,
fucking visceral and brutal. And you fucking cringed at the injuries that they took. Because, you know, you could imagine that happening. I can't imagine, you know, dents on a fucking robot happening to me. So, like, that's the reason. That said, while I don't care about the mech fights in Dynazenon, I do quite like the characters quite a bit.
The character work is what sold me on the original Gridman. Sold me on
Sold a
Gridman in
lot
the
of
first
people
place.
on Gridman. I think it sold a lot of people on Gridman. The characters, designs
But
in general.
The characters are an order of magnitude better in Dynazenon, I think. Like, Gridman
Interesting.
characters are pretty damn good, but they're even better in Dynazenon.
Can I just
fair.
just make something very clear though? Yomogi with glasses is better than no glasses Yomogi.
I haven't
I would
seen
not
him
be-
with glasses.
That's in the most recent episode, I think.
Okay.
No, it's not. It's not actually. He's not in
No,
glasses in
episode
the most.
4. It's episode 4.
Yeah,
Okay.
I mean he has them in other episodes as well. When he's very much when he's at home. But yeah, it's a really interesting it's a really interesting show with very interesting characters.
Also, I fucking love Galma.
Galma is fucking great because he's so fucking over the top.
He's so earnest and just he's such a fun character.
I also have a lot of love for Koyomi because, oh boy, does his story touch on a lot of shit.
Yeah,
Very relatable story.
I can relate a bit too hard.
The other thing that I love about the show is the running gag of what's his face, Onisia, at the end of fights, nearly getting killed by the falling debris.
Yeah, because he's the only one of the kaiju users who doesn't
who sticks around to rant afterwards and therefore is in danger of it. The other three just treat it like a job. They genuinely just go, "Good job today, guys. Off we go. Off home we go." And it's just like, Jesus. Meanwhile, he's just stood. As somebody in our Discord said, this show would solve a lot of its issues if Galma and Oznisha just fucked.
Basically, yeah.
Because they're the ones who take it so fucking seriously. That said, I do have a slight issue with Dynazenon, which is, especially in particular, Samitsu has given armor piercing questions in inverted commas to Yomugi and Minami, asking why are you fighting. And neither of them have answered the obvious answer, which is, they're destroying the fucking cities. They're killing a lot of people. Why wouldn't we fight against that?
That is.
I don't know. They're just kind of teenagers, so.
Yeah, I don't expect teenagers to give smart answers, to be fair.
I know, but it's just like, that's just the very obvious answer of just like, they're causing a lot of destruction and killing a lot of people. Yeah, I'm gonna try and stop that if I can. Like, why are you acting like that's okay? I do love that Shimizu just turned up at their school, though.
Shimizu is just such an interesting character.
I believe it's Shimizu, without a H. Certainly that's...
Nope, it is Shizumu.
Shizumu. I don't know. I'm going off what the sub said, I believe. Suzumu or something like that. Because it doesn't include the H in the subs. From what I remember hearing it, I don't think they say it with a H, but I'm not 100% sure.
Yeah. Regardless, I do like the characters a lot.
No, I do
also,
as well.
Can we talk about episode 5 real quick, please?
Oh, the way it fucking ended mid-sentence.
Probably ended mid-sentence.
What the fuck? Come on!
People got so far. You guys got so...
It wasn't just that it ended mid-sentence, it was the fucking sentence. So, spoiler warning for episode 5 of Dynazenon. It ends with Minami and Yomugi talking to
one of her sister's classmates.
One of the sister's classmates who goes, "Oh, you think she died in an accident? I heard a rumor that it was an accident, but it was actually suicide." Cuts off, and it's just like, you motherfucker!
You end it like that? What the fuck? Damn it!
Luckily, I'm not quite as invested as Jack, so I was able to laugh my ass off at it.
It's funny.
I found
like, holy fucking shit!
I found it hilarious, frankly.
It's one hell of a way to end an episode, though.
Oh, it absolutely is. It absolutely is.
Like, hot damn.
But yeah. So the most recent episode was also a pool episode, which is quite fun. just the fact that Suzumu fucking invited himself along, and like Galma is like, yes, this is my opportunity to catch him, having been thrown off the school grounds for confronting him there, which is, you know, totally fair. So Galma spends the entire time following Suzumu, at one point getting yelled at for running at poolside. It's just so fucking hilarious. But also, meanwhile, there is the undercurrent of awkward teenage romance between Minami and Yomogi.
I do like their relationship. It is a very neat one.
Yes, I think we need more focus on Minami and how she ticks before we can really sort of say, yes, that ship is setting sail. But yes, I do like the relationship between them.
Yeah, I feel as if that's the type of thing.
I mean, I think next episode absolutely.
That's like the latter half.
Next episode, I would be shocked if we didn't, because of the way the last fucking episode ended.
Yeah.
Clearly, Minami is going to have to confront that. So that's gonna be interesting. Something else that I love. Episode 4. So 2 things that I loved. First, when Minami fired off an attack, she called it the something ray.
She's such a dork. I love her.
And then Galma just instantly came up with a name for it like that. And it's just fucking hilarious. And then the other thing was, because Yomogi was ill, throughout all of the like joint attack names and all that sort of stuff, you can hear him coughing.
Yeah, that is also really funny.
Which was just great. So yeah, I'm genuinely enjoying this more than I thought I would. As I said, I can take or leave the fights, but you know, I'm fine having them as the vehicle for more development and, you know, more interest in the story.
That is what the show has been, basically.
I really want to watch this. I gotta finish Gridman.
You don't have to watch Gridman. I didn't watch Gridman, and look at me. I'm fine.
Yeah, I don't know, it just seems like I'm just kind of afraid it'll just tie to Gridman. It'll be like some sequel to some shit like that or something. But anyway, again, it's
we don't know because it's anime original.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's anime original. One of the things that really bothers me about this is like, I hear nothing but praise for Dynazenon. Sometimes I hear it's better than Gridman, and then I look at it on Malananos, and it's got like such a low rating. I'm like, how?
Don't trust those scores.
No, I don't stress. No, it just kind of baffles me though. Like,
yeah.
I'm like, wasn't Gridman higher? And it wasn't all that.
Okay, I'm going to. So I'm on the Mal page, and the only I'm gonna read portions of the one low rating that has popped up on the main page. Art appalling. Dynazenon takes place in the same location as Gridman, and the staff have been lazy and reused backgrounds from Gridman rather than showing different angles.
Are they fucking idiots?
Additionally, a lot of corner-cutting 3D CG is used during action scenes, and it badly clashes with the hand-drawn art. No, it doesn't.
No, I've seen worse.
Character designs feel like Fujo bait and are incredibly bland-looking, which is bullshit.
Fujo bait?
What?
Which is utter bullshit, because one portion that I absolutely adore is the fucking eyes. The eyes look so vibrant. For a lot of
why do they call it Fujo bait? Like, hell, Gridman's character designs were anything but Fujo bait. They have the same designer.
I don't know.
wasn't it?
I don't
apparently,
trust
like-
Mal reviewers.
Yeah, I don't
No,
trust
I
Mal
don't.
reviews at all.
I haven't trusted Mal reviewers since that time I read one for Golden Kamuy that was just utter bullshit.
Yeah, no one really trusts Mal reviews. I don't know why they just do it, but it's like, wasn't there like a whole, like Sakuga blog was like, this has been very fucking intentional, more than just corner cutting. Like the shots like being the same. This has like been very intentional, so it's not just corner cutting, and which makes sense considering it's Dynazenon. It's got some relation to Gridman.
Mhm.
It has.
Yeah.
We don't fucking know
Yeah.
where it's gonna go. So, yeah. Anyway,
But yeah, I'm enjoying Dynazenon for the time
pretty good.
being. I think I
Yeah.
am enjoying it
Want to watch it?
More
really
than I
gonna
thought I
watch
would.
this later. Really want to watch this. Yeah.
more than I thought I would. But moving on to a show I'm enjoying immensely, Super Cub.
Yeah, I've heard good things about this show too. There's so
Y'all-
many good shows.
Y'all, I don't
This
give
show-
I don't give a fuck that this is an advertisement for Honda. I really don't give a fuck. This is so chill. I love it to pieces.
This is a really good show.
This
Also,
is...
the first episode caught me the fuck off guard by playing Claire de Lune. I was
Claire de
not
Lune.
expecting that song.
hmm
I have. Oh god, they play Claire de Lune. Oh, I'm getting flashbacks. Oh no. Oh no.
Flashbacks to what?
Danganronpa. Danganronpa. I'm getting Danganronpa flashbacks. I'm sorry.
Jack, have you watched the
know.
most recent episode yet? Because I know you
I
haven't. at
believe
one
I
point.
have.
Is that episode 4?
I watched that one, yes.
Episode 4. Let me just check to make sure that it is episode. I'm almost
It's the
certain
one
it is
where she
episode 4.
has where she gets her job, right?
Yeah, that's episode 4. That's episode 4. And I love that. I love that episode so much.
It's really nice.
Because
Also, I love how she just says like, I have to be my school uniform, right? Can I just wear my gym clothes instead? Because I'm gonna be riding a fucking bike
Yeah.
back and forth.
No, my favorite moment was when she bought the raincoat, put it on, and when she got to the school and like took it off, shook it off, looked at herself being dry, then looked out at the rain and just said, "Take that." It's like, holy fucking shit, this girl is so pure and adorable. She's fucking taking that to the universe because she had a raincoat. It's so good. Oh, I love this show so much. I love this show. I mean, here's the thing. The only reason I know the main character's name is because I keep reading the summary and memorizing it from that. I believe it's Koguma. Otherwise, it doesn't get said. Also, just the fact that when she was trying to do the oil change herself, when she was struggling, and the color palette had been dimmed, everything had been dimmed, and it was very monotone and grey. Once she finally managed to get that bolt off, everything became colored again, and it's so
That is
fucking
Yeah, I
honestly
kind of
good.
like. Yeah, I kind of like
Brilliant.
shows when they do that. I really like shows when they do that. I
Oh,
remember that happening in Universe, in A Place Further Than the Universe, with episode
Yeah.
1. But like,
Yeah.
it's mostly just muted colors, and then they actually start exploring and going down the place of no
Yeah.
return, and it's just the brightest it's ever been,
yeah.
and it's great.
It's so good. This is my second favorite show of the season behind Backflip, and I just love it. And I've said that if I do end up picking Back Up to Your Eternity, this is going to be the show I follow it with, because it's so
Yeah.
fucking chill that it is going to cleanse my palate of whatever To Your Eternity throws at me.
Say, Mill, could I interest you perhaps in an anime called Eurocamp?
Maybe
I
at
feel like
some
Yeah.
you might
point.
like it.
Maybe at some
You should,
point.
you should watch your camp.
Honestly, if you like the show, Eurocamp is
If you
right
like
up your
Super
fucking
Cub, you'll
alley.
probably just watch your camp. I mean, Super Cub's
I
great.
mean, the
let's-
reason I didn't watch it before
Right
is
here.
A, it started before I believe the first season was before I got into seasonal anime. But second, I didn't realize how much I would love this show. I genuinely didn't.
Yeah,
Like
that's
I
always a good thing about trying new things.
I mean, I'm trying to remember. Yeah,
Laid
I
Back Camp. Yuri Camp was winter 2018. I was still in
3 years
season
ago.
at this time.
yeah, I just put this on my list as just like a whim, and expected it to be fairly chill, but for nothing to really drag me in.
Wait,
But
Yuri
I've ended,
Camp was 3 years ago.
yeah, but I've just ended up just falling in love with this shit so much. Like, oh my god, it's so good. And next episode's going to be really interesting because it's going to be, by the looks of the preview, I believe, it looks like it's just going to be telling the story of I don't barely remember the main character's name, so I definitely don't remember the friend's name. Where is it? Reiko, that's it. We're gonna get to see Reiko's or how her holiday went, how her summer holiday went.
That will be interesting, yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, just like this show is so great. I really do love it. As I said, it's just so chill. I just know that I can put it on and just relax, because the worst thing that will happen in this show is the bike breaks down.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That is the worst thing that will ever happen in this show. And because it's an ad for Honda, that's going to be fixed pretty easily.
Yeah.
Like in any other show, any other show about a girl riding a motorcycle, the worst possible thing is that she crashes and gets hurt. But I don't even see that ever happening in this show.
This is advertising. Why would they show that?
Like I honestly believe that they will, like, fucking Koguma will never crash in this show, because it would just be against type. So yeah, like, admittedly, I did worry that when she was stopping to put the raincoat on, that the bike had broken down because of the rain, and I got worried about that. Then she set off perfectly again. I was like, okay, she was stopping that. Oh god, I got worried. But yeah, no, I love the show. I really do. I don't necessarily love the next show. The World Ends With You, the animation. Now, I picked this screenshot because very clearly, Neku very clearly says, this is the end. It was not the end, folks. It was not the end.
Not the end.
This is episode fucking 3. What the fuck? You could not be advertising a false end harder if you tried.
Yeah, I'm gonna be
staff behind this show.
I'm gonna be honest. Like, I got to the end of episode 3 and went, do I care about these characters? No, I do not. I don't give a shit about Neku and his edgy issues. Because that's the thing. Neku is so fucking edgy. Like, ridiculously
This is a game
edgy.
from, like... I mean, this is an adaptation of a game from...
From Nomura,
when?
yes.
No, not Nomura, but, like... What year? Like, the early 2010s?
Something like that. I don't fucking know.
Yeah, I don't know.
I mean, I went back, and after I decided I dropped it, I did go and check the plot summary for the game, and it did basically, yeah, I'm not interested. I'm not interested in seeing this play out.
I might stick around a little bit longer to see how the next few episodes go, but beyond that, like, this is at the bottom of my list for a reason.
And worst comes to worst, I mean, I could just watch a game. I could just watch a playthrough of the game.
Yeah, that's...
If things go really bad. It kind of sucks. It didn't look all that bad. Like, even though they had like some CG.
The fact that they've kept the game's art style so well is the best part about the show. Like, the art style really makes it stand out. The animation still isn't especially good.
It's not super janky, at least.
It's not super janky. It's definitely not the worst I've seen this season, but it's still not especially great. And it's supposed to be an action show, so it sort of needs at least half decent animation, especially when it's rushing through the game's story so much. But yeah, just sort of meh on it for me. Do you have anything else to say about it, Jack?
Not really. Well, spoilers to 3, because AniFem brought this up too. It's really not a great look that the show kills off both of its major female characters,
Yeah.
both in service of its male characters.
Especially killing off Rhyme instead of Beat. Like, ugh. I liked Rhyme.
Rhyme was nice.
Beat's just kind of a dick.
Beat should have died instead.
Yes. As I said, I just don't particularly care about Neku. He's edgy boy. The only thing I like about him is that he is voiced by what was his name again? Koki Uchihama? Yeah.
Yeah.
The only thing I like.
I mean, it seems like we're done with discussion. We can move on.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, those Snow White notes is next.
Those Snow
Another
White
show
notes.
I want to watch.
Yeah, no, I binged the show the last couple of I think yesterday, and holy fuck, I love it. I really
Oh
do.
my
It's
God.
so good.
It's so enjoyable. The fact that they have a shamisen performance each episode is really fucking good.
Yeah, no, it's really good. I really gotta mention this right now.
Go ahead.
The OP fucking slaps.
Unfortunately, because I've been so set on catching up, I've had to skip the OP for a lot of shows. This being one of them. Though I will go back and watch it. What now that I'm fully caught up again. Also, that's what I remembered from this show. Kaito is voiced by once again Nobuhiko Okamoto.
Yeah, fucking Bakugo is everywhere.
Yeah, he's another one that I've noticed popping up a decent amount this season.
He's Bakugo. He's Masato. He's
He's he's Kaito in Snow White Notes. That is what I would say though about those Snow White Notes. The side characters have not gotten much focus yet.
Screen time. Okay.
It's very much been
think
on
they-
Setsu.
Improved a little bit in episodes 4 and 5, I think. But yeah, I do feel like this
it's not to an off-putting degree.
Nah.
But I do think that
It's not like Naruto.
No. I mean, the issue with Naruto is that it was a 700 chapter manga, and side characters got the focus in maybe 100 of those at most.
Yeah.
And the issue was those 100 chapters were the best part of Naruto.
Yeah.
Like, in fairness, I do really like Setsu. The thing I love about the show, as a creative person, as a creator, this is not just like Setsu's story is not just relatable to musicians. It's relatable to anyone who's created. Because at this point in our society, it is very, very unlikely you will ever come up with something that is wholly original.
Yeah, nothing original exists.
And
it's probably been thought of.
In all honesty, most creators, most of what they create is probably a mishmash of things that they have watched, have read, have experienced with their own spin on it as well, and all mashed together.
Yeah.
People write what they know.
And so it is
The
that
thing
difficulty.
Is, it's all in fiction.
Yeah, but it is that difficulty of taking it from the stuff that inspired you and then making it your own. And that is what Setsu is struggling with. He was inspired for so long by his grandfather's music, and he doesn't know how to put his... or it isn't confident about putting his own spin on it.
Yeah.
And, you know, it was very interesting that... God, I'm going to have to check what his name is. Where's Mashiro no Oto? There. It was very... That's what his name was. It was very interesting that Kamakiri Seryu, in, I believe it was the most recent episode, called him Mercurial. Because he was very inconsistent about when he was on and when he wasn't. This being Setsu.
Yeah.
And again, another interesting point by Seryu. You know, Setsu is the type of person who, as he gets more life experience, the more consistently he will play and the more clearly his own sound will come through. And that is when he will become a true monster. But
it's gonna be really interesting to see how his journey progresses. I believe this is based off of a manga.
Yes,
Yeah.
it is. Yes, it is.
Yes, it is.
Can I just say something that's going to be a mindfuck? Setsu's brother, Wakana, is 19.
The fuck?
Yeah! That man looks at least 30.
30!
That man looks at least
He's
30.
19?
He's 19, apparently.
I'm looking at the design. This man looks like he's in his 30s.
Apparently he is 19. And considering Setsu is in high school, and we did get a flashback with Setsu and Wakana, and there did not appear to be that much of an age difference, I'm inclined to agree with that. It's hilarious.
But speaking of that family, what the hell is with the mom?
I don't know.
Umeko is an enigma.
In fairness, I think we probably got a really good look at her when she was fighting with Setsu.
In episode 5, right?
In episode 5, yeah. Where she said the reason she is doing this and the reason she is pushing Setsu to do this is because she grew up with her father, I assume her father, and Setsu's grandfather.
No, he is explicitly confirmed to be her father in this episode.
Yes, yeah, and watched him and grew up watching him, you know, be so fucking talented, but never really get any real recognition. And she doesn't want that for Setsu.
He lived and died in obscurity, and she wants better for her son.
Yes.
Which I understand that, but at the same time, like, doesn't seem to be what he wants.
Yes. Look, I've had worse good intentioned anime parents. I mean, last season with Dr. Ramune and that prick who, you know, forced his kid away from what he liked to do something for his own benefit. At least here, Umeko is at least trying to work for Setsu's benefit.
Mm-hmm.
Like, maybe we'll find out later on that she, you know, is doing it to help herself as well. I don't know. But at the very least, I can, you know, I don't think she has good intentions, and she is, and I do think that Setsu will probably come around of sorts in the end. Because I mean, that's the thing. He refused to play in competitions, and this is going to be the first competition that you've played in. And I don't think it's the worst thing in the world to at least get recognition for your skills, even if you don't, use it to make money, sort of thing.
Yeah. No, like having recognition for your talents is generally a good thing, I would say.
So I mean that's the very interesting thing. I don't think the show is going to take one stance or the other, because it's clearly got Setsu, who doesn't want the recognition, and it's not painting him as an idiot for wanting that. It's very much respectful of his wishes in that. But it's also got people like Kamakiri Seryu and Wakana, who very clearly go out, enter competitions, and make money through their playing. And it treats them as just as
valid.
real, just as valid a shamisen player as Setsu is.
Not to mention that one girl who is frustrated with Setsu's refusal to play in competitions. Like, it lines up a lot with Umeko's concerns, actually. So more of a, how dare you be better than me and not let everyone know that you're good.
Yeah. Well, and I think the other thing is that she's the only one that thinks that. Every other character that she talks to is like, why the fuck do you care? Let him do what he wants to do. If he wants to not enter competitions and just enjoy playing the shamisen for the enjoyment of it, fucking let him. That's his choice. It doesn't affect you. But yeah, no, this show is also just getting better and better as well. Though I think the standout episode really was episode 4, where this screenshot is from, and that fucking Setsu going to looking at the grandma who has her eyes closed and going, "Is she dead?" And then when she yells out, "No, I'm alive, you idiot!" He goes, "Well, don't die before I finish playing."
Yeah, the show's pretty good.
It is good.
I do hope we get more of the supporting cast, because they are pretty good.
They're good, but they're one note at the moment. And I do want to get into the clear history with Yui, Maeda, and Kaito.
Yeah. There's clearly some sort of love triangle going on in there.
I'm not even sure if it's a love triangle, because
You're right. The only thing we know for sure about that sort of relationship is that Kaito has a crush on
Kaito does definitely have a crush on Maeda, but there's also Yamamoto claimed that Kaito bullied Maeda as a child. I mean, given that there is a clear antagonism there, I'm not sure how much, to what extent to believe that. Though, admittedly, Maeda's response to Kaito is telling to an extent. Though that could also be just that she's nervous around him. I mean, that happened at the start, but it seems to be happening less and less in the most recent episodes. So, again, I'm honestly not sure what to think. I think we just need more information on it.
Yeah. Also, like, one thing I do kind of hope we see more of. So after Umeko enters the scene, I don't think we see any of the characters from the pilot again.
No, we don't. I do hope that Yuna comes back. I do hope that.
Yeah,
much.
Yuna was an interesting character.
Yeah.
Not sure if I like the idea of her being shipped with Setsu, but I do like the dynamic that they have otherwise.
I do like the dynamic, though, yes. But if,
It does help that he has some good chemistry with some girls his actual age. And some guys his age, to be fair, too.
Yeah. I mean,
like that one blue-haired dude seemed to be flirting with him in episode 5.
If you told me that Nagamori was gay or bisexual, I would believe it in a heartbeat.
I was 100% thinking, wait, is he supposed to be gay or bi? Because that would not surprise me in the
Yeah.
slightest.
No, I'd believe it in a fucking heartbeat. But yeah, no, I am definitely enjoying this show. This was probably the one that knocked 86 out of my top 5.
Mm.
Because I love me a good music anime. Like this,
Yeah,
this
good.
like
Really
like
fun.
how for you 86 was one of your most anticipated shows before the season. This was one of my most anticipated shows before the season because it looked interesting as fuck, and I'm glad it's managing to continue on that way.
Yeah, it's something I hope I can watch. Uh, because I didn't expect it to be like again one of the more underrated one of the more underrated shows this
Mm.
season or underwatched. So
No, I'm very happy with this show. Uh, a show that I'm even happier with though. That's right, it's motherfucking Taiwanese puppets
fucking-
time.
time for a Taiwanese puppets. Yeah, this is just Mill talking a lot. This is actually
Yeah,
just
Yes,
Mill
it
talking a lot
is. Yes, it is. Where did the first episode end? I can't remember for sure. Either way, give me a second because I'm gonna have to get the Wikipedia page up so that I pronounce the names right.
Mm.
So fucking Ro Shinkai, that motherfucker monk, who wielded the 7 blasphemous deaths in season 2, managed to fucking survive. Then he got shipped to the end of the universe, got himself a mechanical arm, betrayed the guy he was working with because the guy disparaged the sword, and then tried to attack Shofukan. Like, that motherfucker does not know when to stay dead. Meanwhile, poor fucking Rofuyo, having to be transported to the palace of the princess who kept him prisoner for quite a number of years. The princess then stabbed him, basically going full yandere, I think, and going, if I can't have you, no one can. Then there was a really fucking good fight between Shofu Khan and one of the new antagonists. Let me try and get his name right. Ban Gun Ha, which translates to Paragon of 100 Battles, which is a cool ass name. All of these guys have cool ass names, to be fair, but like that's on the really fucking cool side. And I mean, he's just a really cool character. As I said in the premiere stream, he's voiced by the guy who did the teacher executioner in Akadama Drive. So it's a really fucking nice voice. And he has a good motivation because he's part of the current government in I don't know how to pronounce it. Jiu. I'm just going to pronounce it like that because I don't know how else to pronounce it. He's part of that government, but the people in charge are, well, one of the people in charge is the aforementioned princess who stabbed Rofuyo. So that should give you an idea of how bad the government is, and wants to overthrow it. So he's working with, let's see if his name is here, Kaisei Maiko, Plague of Moths and Locusts.
That's not menacing at all.
Yeah, and so like he's a really interesting character. Unfortunately, that motherfucker Roshin Kai interrupts that fight with his fucking prosthetic arm that detaches and becomes a drill sword.
That sounds fucking awesome.
It fucking is, but I still hate him because he won't die. And then the main group gets split up, and that motherfucker, Rin Setsuar, austere Snowcrow, fucking joins up with Ban Gun-ha and Lee Hyo-byo, saying that he's changing sides, but fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. Fool me thrice, it's not fucking happening. He is far too interested by Shofu-kan to ever betray him. So he's doing this to just be a dick and betray these guys at some point later down the fucking line. I'm 99% certain of that.
Maybe he's off his chronic backstabbing disorder meds.
Seriously though, in season 1, he made it out like he was joining up with the main villain, but it was actually to take him down a notch. In season 2, he joined up with this dickhead from Shiyu, and again betrayed him in the end. He's going to do it again here. I'm absolutely certain of it. And I mentioned this to Coney. He's keeping in touch with Shofu-kan via a doll that looks so fucking reminiscent of a Nendoroid. I'm not even joking.
Yeah, you talked to me about the Nendoroid earlier before the stream.
It looks so much like a Nendoroid. I'm wondering if if they're advertising it and they're actually going to make some Nendoroids for this series, which I would buy in a heartbeat. Because it just looked so much like one. Or they were just like, we need a doll. Urabuchi-san, do you know anybody? Sure. And got on the phone to fucking Nendoroid. Actually, I'm fairly sure. Who fucking makes Nendoroids? Like, what company?
I think Good Smile.
That would not surprise me.
Yeah, Good Smile.
Yeah, Good Smile. Oh no.
Yeah, Good Smile is one of the fucking companies backing this. So no fucking wonder they made a fucking Nendoroid doll. God fucking damn it, I love this show. I fucking love this show. It's so dumb, but it's great. As I said to Coney before the stream started, you will fall into one of two camps with the show. Either you will absolutely adore it, or you will just think it's dumb as shit. and you just won't like it. There will be no in between, because if you actually get on board with its bullshit, I can't see you not loving it, because it's just so fucking fantastic. It really is. I keep watching a particular clip from season 1. Spoilers for this.
Oh, we lost Coney.
Did we lose Coney? Ah, well.
We lost Coney.
I'm willing to talk more, keep
There
talking
he is.
about Thunderbolt Fantasy until he comes back.
He's back.
Okay,
Yeah, sorry. I have
it's fine.
to change. I'll be muted for a bit.
It's fine.
That's fine.
As I said, I can talk about Thunderbolt Fantasy for a while if we need to. But yeah, I keep watching the fucking scene where it's revealed that Shofu... Well, first, that... how do you pronounce it? Ken San-un. Gives Shofu-kan the... gives him the name Edgeless Blade, because he thinks that Shofu-kan is wielding a blunt sword and is just waving it around, and it, isn't that strong. It's meant to be an insult, but Shofu-kan just goes, I like it. That's who I am now, Edgeless Blade. And then in that same scene, it's revealed that in fact Shofu-kan is not wielding a sword. He just has a stick of wood that he's painted silver. So Edgeless Blade is actually incredibly appropriate. Uh, and then, like, one of the villains who is, like, astounded at Shofu Khan killing his men with a stick, and at one point uses his fucking sleeve to cut through a guy's skull. Like,
Fucking hell.
yeah! And, like, just says, "Who are you?" And Shofu Khan answers, They call me the Edgeless Blade. Apparently. Though they've only just started doing that. I just love Shofu Khan. He's voiced by Junichi Sawabe, and he's just so fucking done with everything that happens to him. Oh, sorry, I keep remembering funny things from season 1, which was
Well, when you have a Taiwanese Puppets retrospective episode, you can talk all about that.
I just want to mention this one thing, which is so the plot line of season 1 is that there is a sword split up into 3 parts that is keeping a demon sealed away. The villain destroys the sword while he dies, so this demon is roaming around. Rin Setsuar decides that that his best plan is to find another shrine with a sealing sword and steal their sword. And then notes that it would be rather unfortunate if there ended up being another demon god under that shrine too. Oh, I love this show. I love the show to bits. This is my favorite show. Even in a season with my hero, this is my favorite show. Because Taiwanese Puppets needs more respect. Genna Ibuchi fucking, like, will not work on anything else now. Are you still there, Jack?
I'm here.
Okay, good.
I know you're very
Because I'm ready to move on now. I've talked about Taiwanese Puppets for about 10 minutes. That'll do me. So, To Your Eternity.
To Your Eternity is really fucking good. I will say the episodes 2 and 3 are not nearly as sad and depressing as the pilot episode.
I mean, that would have been hard to fucking do.
Yeah, they're considerably lighter. They're not without like their melancholy moments and darker themes, but at the same time, like it's much less dour and depressing because it's like it's not utterly heartbreaking yet. Probably, I don't know. I just know the series is going to make me cry again at some point.
Probably,
but
yeah.
I do. Like, it's literally about an immortal interacting with and bonding with humans.
I'll try and watch. I will catch up on it on Wednesday so that I can as I said, I can cleanse my palate with Super Cub.
That's probably a smart idea.
I'm gonna be perpetually 2 days behind on To Your Eternity because, yeah, even if it's not as depressing as the first episode, I still feel like I'm probably gonna need some sort of palate cleanser.
Oh yeah, that is completely fair.
The thing is,
I will say that the new characters introduced in episodes 2 and 3 are really fun and compelling. Actually, I think the only named characters in episodes 2 and 3, besides the protagonists, are all female.
Interesting.
Which is really neat. Because there's this neat dynamic with the antagonist trying to basically enforce the traditions that she's basically tasked with enforcing. Whereas the 2 other major characters are a little girl whose dream is to eventually become a mom who interacts with a bunch of toys that she treats as her children.
Mm-hmm.
And but she's chosen as a sacrifice. unfortunately.
This
And
isn't
then
sounding
there's
encouraging.
Just watch the second and third episodes. It does not end with her being sacrificed.
Good.
But then there's her basically older sister figure whose main goal is to just protect the girl March. And I like the bond and relationship those two have. It's really sweet.
Sorry to get off topic, but talking about human sacrifice remind me. Did anyone ever finish that Aztec show that Crunchyroll made?
I did. It wasn't terrible. I have no idea. They set up a second season, though, and I don't know if they're going to get a second season. There's a huge sequel hook at the end of the first season.
Oh, I forgot what that show was called.
So did I. That's why I called it the Aztec show that Crunchyroll made. I fell behind on it massively and have not been bothered to catch up yet.
Yeah, it was interesting. It sounded interesting, but I just forgot about it till now.
Mostly because the characters sort of hated each other and I didn't like that. But anyway,
okay.
to your eternity. To your eternity.
Is that it?
It's ultimately just really good, and I don't want to go into more detail because I don't want to spoil it. I will say that the Immortal Orb gets a name.
Fushi, right?
And Fushi, yes. And seeing him interact with March is really entertaining.
Good.
Okay.
I mean, as said, I was just waiting for this stream so that you could tell me if it was too depressing or not.
It's not the second and third episodes are not depressing. They are they have a good balance of melancholic themes, good animation, and humor. I feel.
I'm going to hold you to that.
I can only vouch for the second and third episodes. I cannot vouch for anything.
I'm not going to blame you if I end up crying because this seems like that type of show. I'm going to blame you if it ever gets as dark as episode 1.
Why would you do that? I can't guarantee anything past the third episode,
man. Because I blamed Gen for Irazuku, and I can blame you for this.
Fine. Do I have to be such a jerk about it?
Jesus Christ.
What you will find out about me is I can hold a grudge. Anyway, moving on, I guess.
Well, one thing I was absent for a bit because I had to do some errands. But one thing I wanted to go back to Thunderbolt Fantasy a bit. One thing I wanted to say was that at least you said that Gen Urobuchi doesn't want to do anything. I mean, he has that fourth movie. He has the fourth Madoka movie now.
He worked on that before Thunderbolt. He wrote that before Thunderbolt started. He said that in his tweet.
7 years ago.
He specifically said this was written before Thunderbolt in his tweet about it. So no, he has just continually worked on Thunderbolt Fantasy. He doesn't want to work on anything else.
And I didn't know Good Smile also. I didn't know that Good Smile was also producing it. So that makes a lot of sense. If they don't have an endo of this, if someone messed up.
Yeah, so created and written by Gen Urobuchi and produced as a collaboration between Japanese companies Nitro Plus and Good Smile Company and Taiwanese puppet production company Pili International Multimedia. So yes, it was almost certainly an Nendoroid, and I hope that they actually make one, because I will buy a Rinsetsu art Nendoroid in a heartbeat. But anyway, so yes, moving on.
Tokyo Revengers. This is getting popular.
Yes, Tokyo Revengers.
Good.
Yeah.
I chose this image because out of context, it looks vaguely homoerotic.
It looks really homoerotic. In context, yes.
In context, it is not quite homoerotic. In fact, the guy on the right is actually kind of scaring the shit out of the guy on the left.
I mean, I do get that impression.
I get that impression.
Yeah, this is Mikey, the leader of the gang.
Hi,
Yep.
Mikey.
And this,
I
but yeah,
like
episode 3 is the one that introduces him actually, and he is an interesting character. He feels a lot like a throwback to the delinquents of old, you know, the ones with the code of honor and the whole rebellious spirit against authority and all that. You know, kind of like your Josuke's and your Yusuke's and whatnots.
Yeah.
Ah, okay.
He's gonna beat the shit out of you, but he's gonna be honorable doing it.
Yeah, he has a code of honor, like don't get like, for example, he refuses to beat the ever-loving shit out of people who actually have strong convictions and stand up for what they believe in, and he doesn't hit like bystanders too much either.
Yeah.
But well, the biggest issue I had with the first episode was the risk of the female lead being nothing more than effectively a MacGuffin.
Yeah.
Like, the third episode assuaged me at least a little bit by giving her some good personality, and she just straight up fucking slaps Mikey in the face.
Good for her.
Yeah, that's nice.
Like, because she thinks he's the one who's been being the ever-loving shit out of Takemichi. So she is like, I don't care if he's a scary gang leader. I'm slapping him because he's hurting my my boyfriend. And she turns out to be incorrect in that assumption. But once things are cleared up, things he actually outright compliments her spunk, which is really awesome. I got before you find out what Mikey is all about, it's kind of nerve-wracking seeing him in a given scene, because you don't know what kind of person he is, because the guy who beat the shit out of Takemichi right before this, Mikey just lays him out in a couple hits and then starts wailing on him while he's on the ground. Which is one hell of a way to establish how brutal a character is. But yeah, this show is really good. Like,
yeah, I need to watch it.
Yeah.
It's on my list.
Like, the time travel element is interesting because it's a very unique kind of time travel based on what episode 2 tells us, which is basically that they can only travel back exactly 12 years before the day they start from. And there's a specific requirement for Takemichi to travel back and forth in time.
Yeah.
So he has to meet that requirement to travel between time periods, and it can only be exactly 12 years apart from each other.
Yeah.
There's no flexibility in that. So if he misses a chance, that chance is gone. He cannot go back and redo that. So it's a good way of giving stakes to a time travel narrative. Whereas something like, say, Groundhog Day, it's just repeating the same day over and over again. There's no stakes in that, comparatively speaking.
Yeah.
And also, we don't know the exact ripple effects all of his actions are going to have on the timeline. You know?
Yeah.
Anywho, this is a really good show, and I feel like it's getting better and better with each episode. I just still have this nagging concern that Hina is going to just be the damsel in distress for Takemichi to save, and I really do not want it to go down that route. I want there to actually be some development and agency for her.
Yeah.
And for there to be stakes beyond saving just her. Like, if it turns out that she's not the only character he needs to save, that could make things interesting.
Yeah, that could be interesting.
Yeah, especially because he's fucking around with the timeline. Things can change in the future. That's the problem with traveling back in time and changing the past. You don't know what the butterfly effect is gonna do.
Yeah.
But anyways, speaking of time travel, we have
Speaking of
another
time
time travel story to talk about.
Hey, speaking of time travel and changing the future.
I don't want to talk about the most recent two-parter for Vivi.
Yeah, because I haven't
wanna...
watched it. I haven't watched the most recent two-parter.
I haven't watched any of it.
Brutal.
It was the show that fell by the wayside for me to catch up on Fruits Basket.
It's brutal. I hear it's brutal, but
episode 3 and 4. So this seems to be going in by the way of two-part stories.
Yeah,
and then
I'm probably gonna watch it in like groups of 2, in like batches of 2.
Yeah, that's probably the smart.
Although it's 13 episodes, so it might have a final 3-parter or something. But
I imagine that's the route they're gonna take. There's gonna be a 3-parter mixed in there somewhere.
Yeah.
Also, I do not fucking trust that bear.
Matsumoto.
I do not fucking trust that fucking piece of shit.
It reminds me. He just I mean, I enjoy Matsumoto, but yeah, I can understand why. This man's an asshole. That guy's an asshole.
I do not trust him.
I do not trust him.
I mean, in fairness, Jack didn't say he didn't enjoy the bear, just that he didn't trust him.
Yeah, no. I really enjoy Matsumoto. I really enjoy the bear, especially like just the way he interacts with Vivi and like the banter the two have. Oh my god. Like they have like different like they definitely have different motivations and they kind of bicker, at least until episode 4, where they finally just seem to have like, okay, we're just gonna do this thing. And that also leads to some fun moments like
I don't know, Matsumoto just has a really fucking sinister streak that I do not survive with.
I mean, the end of episode 2 was literally him beating Vivi up so she doesn't save the one friend because that's like unnecessary. I mean, like
I every time I get bad vibes. But this show is really fucking good, and
this show is great. Holy,
just look at this fucking screenshot. Look at it.
Oh, did you? Oh, is that? Oh, I thought you were gonna pick the most recent episode. Oh, the one with Elizabeth.
No, well, no, that's not the most recent, but this
no. I thought you were gonna pick that one. But
no.
Yeah, that's the screenshot. Yeah, that's the screenshot I was talking about. She just had to watch.
Oh, this is so good.
It's so good. It's so enthralling.
Honestly, I know this show is going to rip my heart out and break it into a million pieces. Like so many other fucking shows this season. God
I don't know if it's gonna go that route, but like, it's just like so enthralling. It's just like there's always this sense of dread because you know what's gonna happen, and then like, but because you gotta know what's going to happen, but like Vivi's changing the future, so you don't exactly know. So things could be different, but it seems to be heading in like. It seems to be heading down a similar path as the original timeline. It's so interesting seeing like how, like exactly what events.
Episodes 5 and 6 show very much the consequences of what happens in a previous event. Like, episodes 5 and 6 are a direct result of the timeline changes of episodes 3 and 4.
Yeah, I mean, episodes 3 and 4 is also like a result of what happens in episode 1 and 2. I mean, they show it in the beginning.
Not nearly to the same degree.
Not nearly, but not nearly as direct. But like, it was really nice seeing like, just kind of discovering like what specific events led to Anime Judgment Day, which is basically what it is, Anime Judgment Day. And I think that's another thing that I'm really interested in seeing, like what happens and how Vivi changes things. Also, the most recent two-parter. The song that Estella and Elizabeth sings has been ringing in my head ever since I watched it. It's so good. As they like stare into space, as like the humans are staring into space.
So fucking beautiful.
Yeah.
The series just looks so fucking good.
It looks so good. And like
it sounds good too.
Yeah. I thought this was just gonna be like an idol show or some shit. I didn't expect like Anime Terminator.
No one expected Anime Terminator.
No one expected Anime Terminator, but it's one of the best shows of the season.
It is. It is. Oh,
Just like,
god damn.
just like the way she's like, oh, just like even the action's really good. Like in episode 4, like when she's about to fight the robot, and it's just like the choreography there is really good. The brief bit of choreography there is great, and it's just so interesting seeing like how everything unfolds and like now that Vivi's although the one thing from episode 4 that I was a bit confused on was like, well, Matsumoto's like mission accomplished, even though kind of the same thing happens, kind of the same thing kind of happens,
It gets explained more in episode 5.
Yeah, I took notes on it. I said that wait, I took some notes on it. Where the heck are they? But it's nice. Okay, let's see here.
So the big change is the circumstances regarding the crash of the space hotel and all that.
Yeah. I said that I think the entire thing's probably going to be a ruled a massive accident, and there won't be like a backlash against AI. So like there won't be a massive AI backlash like there was in the beginning, like there was in the original timeline. Because I can understand why that's a big event. Because if you have a massive AI backlash now that they're getting autonomy, yeah, they're gonna hold a grudge. Yeah, that's like an 85-year-old grudge.
I won't explain it because it's going to come up in episode 5 anyways, but
Yeah. I'll man. It's just so enthralling. I don't know what else to say. Like, it's also interesting that Estella and Elizabeth are also like younger sisters of Vivi, so they're made up of. I assume they also have like free. They assume that they're also autonomous as well. And the way,
yes.
like the contrast between the two, like Elizabeth was basically had no purpose and she was a failed experiment, which is dangerous as shit. Which I'm like, that's dangerous as shit, especially if you're using like autonomous AI. So that's like getting dangerously close to actual human experimentation. But like, since she's an AI and she's failed, she has like no purpose. So it turns out that the anti-AI organization gave her a purpose, and they basically just tried to pull a terrorist attack, and it was just really interesting seeing that all unfold.
Mm-hmm.
Just this really, it's like Vivi knew that it's not just Vivi knew that things weren't really that simple, but apparently it was. And it really wasn't. But at the same time, it was just really nice to. It was just really interesting to see how it all played out. And also, I really like one of the things I really like is like the whole world. Like the whole world. Like there's a space hotel and like there's
Did we lose Coney?
Very possibly, yes.
sorry, my headphones died in the middle of that, but there's like this whole space hotel, and then there's like an amusement park. It's like a place I want to live in, even though I know like the apocalypse happens in like 100 years. It's just so like I don't know. There's something like really appealing about it. Anyway, I think I'm done gushing about Vivi. It's just so good. It's really good. Now, um, anything else?
There is not much else for me to add. It is, like you said, a really fucking good series with a wild ass time bending premise.
Yeah. It's interesting that like you have AI going to save humanity from AI.
I'll certainly try and catch up on part of it tomorrow, considering all I have on Sundays is Moriarty. So.
So if we're done with Vivi, we can move on. But just it's one of the best shows one of the best new shows of the season. I mean,
So moving on to the show that we didn't really get to discuss during the
We
premiere
never got
stream.
to discuss this because like the PV was late and then the show started airing late.
Welcome to Demon
We never
School,
got to
Iruma
discuss
Kun.
this. Yeah. The PV was late and then the show started. The show was like the last major show to air. So couldn't really discuss it all that much.
I mean, there's not much to say. Iruma has continued season 2 with season 2 the same way it did with most of season 1.
I mean, it's good. I mean,
I'm not saying it's not good. It's enjoyable.
Yeah.
I can't say there's a massive amount of depth to it. I mean, it's always fun to once again hear the dulcet tones of Murase. Did you watch the most recent episode? Yes, I did. The screenshot is from the most recent episode.
Oh, I haven't seen it. Oh, Renov. Okay. Yeah, I've read the manga. Well, I guess we could just talk about the show in general. Oh, the one thing I wanted to say, if I had a nickel for every time I heard of Ayumu Murase voicing a blue-haired main character who dresses up as a girl in the spring 2021 season, I'd have 2 nickels, which isn't a lot, but it's really weird that it happens twice.
Yes, it is a bit weird that it happened twice. Speaking of Murase, Jack, did you watch today's episode?
Yes.
Okay.
Am I the only one who thinks that the green-haired minion of Romiere is also voiced by Murase?
I would not be surprised in the slightest.
Not be surprised. I don't know if they gave like a voice. I don't know if they gave a voice to that. I could go and check.
No, they did get like maybe a line or two, and like it was just enough to maybe give me a hint. I was like, hang on, is that him?
I don't know if it's the credits.
I didn't get to watch the credits because... Oh, here's another thing for Iruma. Not a fan of the OP.
Oh yeah, some people. Yeah, the OP is apparently like really divisive compared to the first one.
It's not as good. The ED is really good though.
ED is good.
I hear the
yes.
ED is really good.
ED is good.
Yeah, I hear the ED is really good. Shows some like future stuff. I haven't exactly watched the show, but I've read the manga, so I could pick apart a bunch of things. I could like pick apart a bunch of things and talk about some shit that like wasn't in the manga. Because Iruma tends to be a show that adds a lot to which the anime adds a lot from the original manga. Like Renov doesn't sing in the manga.
I was gonna say, I mean, he fucking sang a big old song about how he was gonna become the new student council president.
Yeah, yeah, he doesn't sing in the manga.
I mean, the one downside to this student council storyline is that we don't get as much Az and Clara as we truly deserve.
Yeah, they're good characters. I like them. They're good character. Yeah, they're good characters. Honestly, they still have like a little. They still have a small role, but
they do still have some great moments, like when they were first put into their assigned battlers, like everyone was happy about it except for Az.
Az wasn't happy about it. Clara just is like, yeah, this is just what's happening now.
Cut to cut to near the end of episode 3. Nobody's happy about this situation. Az is talking people's ears off about Iruma, and fucking
Clara.
Clara is being Clara, and is making
She is a gremlin.
She's a gremlin. She's a fucking gremlin.
Making, I believe it was Shax, wonder if that was. Wonder if this was like what raising a child is.
That's basically what it is, though.
That's what it is. He's not wrong. Not wrong. Honestly, though, I don't know if I should.
Another thing I did like from today's episode is Romiere making all of these promises and then somebody pointing out, "Can you actually do all that?"
He said no promises.
Yeah, he said
Yep.
no promises.
He said no promises. I'm like, yeah, that's now you being a politician. Talking like a real politician. Renault's a fun character, although I don't think that. I think he's better as the season goes on. I'm actually just real. Alright, I'm just gonna talk about them. Alright, I've read the manga for this, so I'm kind of really excited for this season in general. I think starting next episode, things really pick up. Well, at least for me, things really pick up starting next episode for me.
I do feel like that they also nailed making him just the right balance of extremely annoying and entertainingly.
Yeah, he's annoying and entertaining.
For the most part, he was a bit too annoying for me, but like not.
Oh, I still hate his guts because I think he's an annoying asshole, but I think that was intentional.
Yeah, I mean the student council doesn't fucking like him either, so.
I don't think anyone really likes him.
Yeah, no one really likes him. But like, he's just there. He's not that. I don't think he's that bad. Then again, I know what happened. So
another thing.
You have a slight bias.
Yeah, another thing I really.
I have a bias. So.
Another thing I really liked was when Aruma was thinking about what he could do to help. He thought about summoning Kalego and asking him to help, and then was like, how would that go? Kalego just berates him. Yeah, not gonna do that. That probably go poorly. And I was just thinking, of course he'd be pissed if you summoned him as your familiar. You could just, walk up to him and ask him. You don't need to summon him through the familiar bond. That would piss him off.
Yeah. You just ask him, but then again, he's Kalego.
Kalego probably would still say no and berate him.
He's gonna say
but,
no. Shit.
Kalego is basically Anime Snape.
Yeah, he's Anime Snape.
Anime Snape better.
Yeah.
Yes.
Without the
that goes without saying.
Yes.
It's not a high bar.
No, it's not.
Although I never watched Harry Potter, so I'm just going off of what you guys say.
I mean, watching Harry Potter would be the way to get the best Snape because Alan Rickman, at the very least, adds some charisma to the role. Also, I still love the fact that what's his face? Sullivan is voiced by Kiryu's voice actor.
Yeah, Kiryu.
I still love that to bits. Like, it's so fucking hilarious.
Speaking of Sullivan, that poor man is separated from his beloved grandson.
Yeah.
Poor man, yeah, this man. I'm honestly surprised that Amelie's just like, Amelie's just able to like stand up to Sullivan of all fucking demons.
In fairness,
Sullivan can be kind of a fucking pushover.
Your fucking father couldn't do it, but she could.
In fairness, like unless Sullivan gets properly serious, and that barely ever happens. Like, yeah, I believe that Amory can just fucking walk all over him.
To be fair, A, Sullivan is normally a pushover when he isn't serious.
Yeah.
And B, Amory is fucking Amory.
Yeah.
Yeah, Amory's Amory. Well, not exactly right now, but
not right now, no.
I mean,
also,
she seemed to be mostly back to normal at the end of the episode.
I have also seen some people raise issues with her discomfort with Iruma cross-dressing, but I'm pretty sure it's specifically the kind of outfit he wears when he's cross-dressing that has her discomfort.
I'm fairly sure at some point she does say, I don't mind that he's in a dress. It's more that he's wearing this frilly stuff that is making me feel embarrassed because I find him cute.
Yeah. That's basically the gist of it.
Yeah.
Like,
Which I like.
I don't mind that he's wearing a dress, but why does it have to be a frilly, fluffy dress? God damn it!
In fairness, Iruma
Yeah,
pulls that fucking dress off
that's actually a
well.
lot better. Holy shit.
Iruma pulls that fucking dress off well as well. So
He could rock that dress, yeah.
You could rock a dress. Oh my god. Oh my god. You have no idea. You have no fucking idea. You have no idea. I'm sorry.
Also, we get the return of Ponytail Iruma, which is one of the best Irumas.
Yeah, it is.
Yes, it is.
He looks so mature. He looks so much more mature. I just wish he did that more. You know.
Yeah.
Again, Iruma is Iruma. It's still pretty. I'd say it's still really solid and it's still holding up. It's holding up surprisingly well in the crowded season, especially since it airs again. It airs on Saturday. It airs right alongside Hiroaka.
But
Which is fucking wild.
Yeah. But since we're about to hit the 4-hour mark, we should probably move on.
Right.
To our final show, thankfully.
I was gonna say two more things, but I'll say that after the show. Zombieland Saga.
Zombieland Saga Revenge. It's still great. It's still fucking fantastic.
It is phenomenal. And honestly, spoilers by the way for this, because we're going to be talking about this whole season so far because it's really fucking good.
So episode 2 was fucking fantastic. It was a Saki episode, but it was also focused on this fucking gravelly voiced old dude with a floppy pompadour who fucking rides on the hood of his car, just
also,
reclining.
I believe he's actually voiced by a local Saga celebrity.
Yeah, he is, and it's just like Jesus. I mean, good on him for fucking agreeing to do this role that was basically parodying himself.
Yeah, that's fucking awesome.
But it's just so fucking great. Not to mention, I love Miyazaki song. Her song in season 1 was probably my favorite of the season, and it was a really good second song for her.
Oh yeah, Saki's song is just fucking wild. I will say, the one thing I dislike about that particular episode is White Ryu basically saying, "Yeah, come try again when you're older." It's like, do you really want to say that to a teenager when you're in your 50s, dude?
Yeah.
That's kind of not great. But it could be worse. And honestly, the fact that it triggers a realization that these girls are never going to get older is, yeah, that's a fun thought.
What's also fun is the dude fucking forcing them up this mountain and then himself collapsing at the top of it.
Yep.
And that was episode 2.
Fun that I didn't realize until after the first season had aired, but I go into this season knowing full well is that they got the voice of fucking Sailor Moon to voice Tay.
Wait, what? What?
Sailor Moon voices the legendary Yamada Tay.
Oh wow. Okay.
Yamada Tai. Yeah. Yeah.
That is just inspired casting.
Her voice actress is in so much, and she's in this fucking show to just growl basically and make various zombie noises.
She doesn't even sing. She just snarls and growls.
Tell you what she fucking does though, a sick ass drum solo.
That was fucking awesome.
That was fucking awesome just for how well animated it was, let alone how fucking good it was as a drum solo.
That entire song was just kick ass.
I loved that song. I really did. That was...
Yeah. What was also fun about that song was Junko fucking smashing the guitar
smashing the guitar and just fucking...
And then Kotaro's
fucking Kotaro's face is just... And then after the episode, at the end of the episode, Junko is having to put it back together.
God. Perhaps
I mean,
Kotaro should not have told her to smash
it, yeah.
things with the guitar.
And also, so much fucking homoerotic subtext between Junko and I. So much.
Oh my god, yeah. Like, before, in season 1, you could say that the homoeroticism was, like, faint subtext.
Yeah.
With Junko and I here, there is a lot heavier subtext.
Yeah.
Like, Junko's reaction to the possibility of I leaving the band is much more akin to someone not wanting their lover to leave them.
Yeah.
In other words, these zombies gay. Good for them.
These zombies real gay, yeah. We also get the fucking death metal fans keep showing up, and I love them for it.
I love them dearly, especially after what they did in the first episode of the season.
Yeah.
Just them joining in with Kotaro to just beat the shit out of the other metalheads was great.
Okay, so the
Okay, we're done. Holy shit, it's for 4 hours.
yeah, but so the larger the fat metal fan, his voice actor voiced where is it? Fuck, I lost it. Yeah, voiced Winnie the Pooh in Kingdom Hearts 3. And what has the thin death metal fan done?
I
It was in Dororo.
fucking hell, really?
Yeah. And Devilman Crybaby, so. I was wondering if those two were, like, voiced by members of the production staff who just, like, was having fun with it. Hold on a fucking minute. I'm just looking at the first season. So, you remember Seong-Hoo Park, the director for Jujutsu Kaisen?
Yeah.
He fucking worked on season 1 of Zombieland Saga.
Oh yeah, he worked on the OP apparently
fuck?
for season
Yeah.
1. Yeah. He worked on the first Zombieland Saga OP.
Episode director, storyboard, key animation, and animation director.
Yeah. Which
Like,
makes
holy
sense in
fucking
hindsight.
shit. I mean, yeah, I know he's, pretty much attached to MAPPA, and has worked on most of their shows, but just that realization. Yeah, I mean, Zombieland Saga is still just as fucking good as it was before.
You really
Again,
can't go wrong with Zombieland Saga, honestly.
My also new favorite pastime is noticing the where they've put the trans flag colors throughout.
Yeah, I love that they do that.
Like they do that?
Yeah, they do
I mean,
that.
I know they, but like, I know they kept doing that.
They kept doing that. I mean, it makes sense because Lily is trans.
Yeah, it makes sense. I just didn't think I just thought they did it once as like a bit of foreshadowing.
No, they
nice
keep doing it. Like Sakura's like sleep shorts had the colors on them.
Yeah.
On the subject of Lily, we also saw that her dad was joining the crowd for their show with Iron Frill, which is another nice touch.
That is sweet.
That's nice.
I also love that one scene where Lily appeared in British Parliament to tell TERFs to shut the fuck up.
Yeah. What a great cameo by
It
Lily.
was really realistic. It was oddly realistic. I don't know why. They have like a live action or something.
And the best part is, the person who showed that was, like, expecting people to be offended by it. But, like, everyone who, like, supports trans people on Twitter were like, yeah, that's fucking awesome. Why can't I get that?
And the rest of the people were like, what the fuck is this anime thing?
Mm.
So, like, it did not accomplish its
It did not accomplish what
intended
they
goal.
intended now, yeah.
Mm. But it's Zombieland Saga. You can't really go wrong with Zombieland Saga.
It's really hard
Lots,
to go wrong.
again,
Yeah.
every
Saga.
I think like just about every sequel's been like solid. It's like, you know what you're getting. You know what you're getting.
I mean,
Unless
we
unless
got
unless like
we
most
got
of them,
yeah.
you know what you're getting.
But we got another solid
Some except
solid electric
some
performance of Masami Returner, which is always a fun song to go back to.
Yeah. So I will say, whenever I hear something that sounds remotely auto-tuned, I automatically think of T-Pain.
Maybe they'll do a collaboration with him.
Maybe it'll be about a boat.
But yeah, no, this is what, Thursday this comes out on, and it's just like,
I think it's my only Thursday show, but yeah.
my Thursday
it's
is
nice that it
really
comes out.
my Thursday is really fucking good because I've got Zombieland Saga and Backflip.
Ah, that's nice.
Really fun Thursday.
Really fun Thursday.
I think my weakest day is probably Tuesday. So that's Slime Diaries and Joran.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
think today is just a really, really weak day.
Tuesday, well, I don't know what
Because
comes out on-
Monday is Fruits Basket, To Your Eternity, Mars Red, and Odd Taxi. Wednesday has
Very strong day.
yeah, very strong
That's
day.
very strong.
Wednesday for me just has Super Cub, which, you know, fucking makes that
That's
day for
pretty
me.
good.
Yeah,
that's
and
pretty
for
good.
me, it'll have To Your Eternity as well. Thursday, Zombieland Saga and Backflip. Friday, Dino Xenon, Kabaddi, and Snow White Notes. Saturday,
I think it also has a couple other things.
Saturday
Oh, yeah.
is Saturday.
yeah,
Saturday
Saturday,
is fucking loaded.
Iruma-kun, My Hero Academia, Thunderbolt Fantasy, Vivi, 86, Pretty Boy Detectives, and then Sunday is Moriarty on its own. Because I dropped...
And Megalobox.
And Megalobox
Megalobox
for the
too,
people
yeah.
watching that as well, yeah.
It's just like, yeah. So all in all, the season has been really solid and really competitive, and there's a lot of good shows.
It's really fucking hard to go wrong with this this season.
Except if you
Well,
watch Koei
not-
Kimo.
There's
Why
some
would you
things
watch
I don't.
Koei
I don't know why. I mean, it's hard to go wrong with most of the shows this season. Like, there's even some shows this season that like aren't even aren't even on any legal sites. Because even that I'm still interested in, like the Shaman King remake, even Eden Zero, which I hear is better than Fairy Tail.
Not a
Many
high
will say it's
bar.
not a high bar, but still. And like Godzilla SP, which is Godzilla SP.
We also did get Yasuke dropping on Netflix.
Yeah, although
We can
if we do
talk
like
about
a
that in the
6
mid-season
episode
stream.
if we do a mid-season stream, we could talk about that.
I'll try and find the time to watch it.
There's just a lot of shows I'm really excited about or just interested in.
This is a really stacked season. I am watching 29 shows this season, including ongoings and sequels.
And you wonder why
I
you
just,
don't
like-
have time to write.
Maybe. Hey, I made progress on my short story. Okay.
Good. That's good. That's very good.
Very excited for how this season unfolds.
But yeah,
Very
I
excited
have
for some of the shows.
I think 19 shows. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. Yep, that's 19 shows. Great. Good. And that's after dropping 4.
I have like 15 shows I plan to watch. One show I might drop. 4 shows on my waiting list, and that does not include and that doesn't include sequels.
But yeah, plus side, I'm probably
Because
gonna
if I added sequels, I'd have like let's see here, Fruits Basket, Dynazenon, which I count as a sequel, Iruma, Nomad, My Hero Academia, uh, Slime Diaries, Zombieland Saga, 7 show. Oh, also Isekai. Also, How Not to Summon a Demon. It's 8 shows that I'm just not watching. Oh, Moriarty the Patriot 2, 9 shows. Great.
But yeah,
Good luck with that.
plus side probably
luck
gonna
with it, yeah.
drop Joran sometime soon. Might drop Cavity if I get bored enough. So yeah, that'll be 2 shows down. But after that, I can't see myself dropping anything.
I could only see myself dropping Dragon Ghost House Hunting, and then I'll pick up Pretty Boy Detective Club, and then Odd Taxi, and then.
As I said during that segment, if that manages to shit the bed badly enough, I'll drop Pretty Boy Detectives as well. I don't want to, because I want to like it.
Yeah.
But anyway, that is all we have for you tonight. It has been a fucking long one.
Yeah.
So
sure.
kudos if you stuck around this long. In terms of future streams, tomorrow we have more D&D, which already having talked quite a bit over this last 4.25 hours, my throat is already gonna be in a lot of pain. Tuesday, I'll be continuing playing through Mafia, the OG edition. We haven't decided anything for next Thursday, I don't believe, because the next Paradox Hour will be next Saturday, and we'll be talking about early Shonen syndrome.
That's gonna be a fun time.
Oh yeah, I want to tune into that. I wonder when is that?
Next Saturday.
Oh, next Saturday. Okay, yeah, early Shonen syndrome. That'll be interesting.
But Thursday, we'll probably find a tabletop game to play.
Wouldn't be too difficult.
Yeah. Maybe we'll finally get to play Uno or something like that. I don't know. We'll see.
Oh god, the rage.
We will see. But that is to decide next week. If you want updates on that, check the Twitter linked in the chat. That'll be your best option for being informed about what we're doing. Until then, thank you all for watching, and we will see you tomorrow for more D&D.
Later.
Later.